Welcome, trainers, to the European League 2025, brought to you by Unity Clash. I'm your show host, Spartantano, and I'm joined here today by Nightera, bringing you the Week 7 broadcast. How are you doing today, buddy?
Yeah, missing, 6 weeks. A bit rough, but 7's the lucky number. We are back in here with the beautiful league here today in Pokemon Unite, leading up to also one of the greatest updates I have seen in a while. So, it's a great day after Worlds. Let's get the show on the road.
Yeah, Worlds was incredible, and we'll have plenty to talk about with that shortly. But first, we like to give everybody an overview of what this league is, especially if we have any new trainers that might be joining us, especially after that incredible World Championship. So, the European League features 14 teams who qualified through open qualifiers, where 21 teams participated here in the EU region. It's a 4-month-long event, and we're going through 12 weeks of regular season, which is scheduled as a round robin. As we've said, we're already in week 7, so already past halfway in this league so far, and it will be followed by some playoffs where only the top 12 teams will play in the group stage, and the top 8 will play in a double elimination bracket. Now that's not it, Nightera, because the top 6 teams will qualify for EUL Masters, and we'll have more info about that later on. Pretty hype league and pretty hype people taking part in this league already, Nightera.
Alright, I hear you loud and clear on this one. I'm liking where we're going about moving into this year. So, hit me up with the teams. I know the format. I know how many weeks I have to wait for it. A shame I'm gonna wait a few more, but that means we're gonna see a lot more teams coming up to it. And also, if I'm not wrong, now correct me here, Tano, I'm not very good at math. I count up to like 4 usually. That's how I score my numbers with Dodrio. So, I believe in about 5 weeks, that is when we will have our last week of, European side of things. But that also means that we will see the changes coming with the new patch in the 4th of September, which moves into Groudon first off. So basically now Rayquaza is not the thing on the map, but Groudon will be able to give the buff, as well as the fact that you can take the buff away on a KO. So will that take into effect is going to be a little bit of a game changer here. I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the biggest thing that everybody's so hyped for, isn't it? Like, what do these Groudon changes mean? Because we can have a little nosy at the announcement and we see the map is slightly different, or at least around that central area where Groudon will spawn. It's a different kind of buff. We don't seem to have any shield anymore like you do with Rayquaza. You can take it if you KO the Pokemon. So many massive changes that are coming out in literally a matter of weeks that will make a huge change to this European League. We've had 7 weeks of them playing on the way that it is right now, the way the meta is right now, and that's all going to change, Nightera, so it doesn't get any bigger than that, mate.
And I absolutely love how that's gonna shake things up, especially since this is mid-season. It's always one of those things where a new Pokemon drops in and you're like, how do I adapt to this? What is happening? How can I play it? It just happened with Alcremie recently, and with the introduction of Latios and Latias here, we will see a little bit of change there. But after Worlds, I think there are a few mons that I'm quite excited to see play in here today. Ho-Oh being one of the major hard hitters here, especially with his Unite move, able to bring everyone back, almost like a heroes never die, but more like a Pokemon never KO'd.
Fair play. That's fair play, mate.
I'm
mean,
so
what
glad
we need to do, of course, is have a nosy at the standings, right? We're 7 weeks in. We need to have a look at where we're currently at in these standings. And here we go, buddy. For you to have a nosy at, and everybody, Ultimate are still the ultimate team in this league. Completely undefeated in that #1 spot, having 7 wins in a row, and 14 points means they've won every game that they've gone up against here, Nightera. The enemies, though, very close on their heels. They have been what I like to call the silent assassins in this league. They come, they do the job, and they go home. It works so well for that team. And then the rest of this league, buddy, it is incredibly close in that midfield. You've got Banana Peelers and Cafe Martin literally on each other's heels there in that 3rd and 4th spot. The Victory Road settled in that 5th position right now, and then ridiculously close between that 6th all the way down to the 9th position, whilst they try and jostle it out down in 10th all the way through to 14th, looking to see if they can get themselves a winning victory here.
Now, like I said, I don't know how to count past number 4 or, really that well. And so I don't understand how the points work. But what I can assure you is that big number means a big standings here, and as we do see that it really does reflect onto that here. That doesn't mean our positions 9 to 14 don't have a chance back at it again, because they still have 5 more weeks, and at any point, if Team Ultimate here gets a few losses into their belt, we could shake up the meta right there and then, especially since it's going to be very volatile moving to Groudon. Now, some might think that Rayquaza and Groudon are not that different. You just kind of flip it out, take the fight, finish it, score. But like you said, we don't see the inclusion of a shield now, which means that this buff used to be sustained based on that shield value. Now, it could be that this buff is basically from the 2-minute mark. Once you get the KO on Groudon, it sustains all the way throughout the fight until the very last second, which means that we might potentially be able to see a strong comeback from one of the teams here who just happened to hit the buff, and now they have this intense attack damage increase, as well as the fact that they have the ability to score and leverage all of the fact that they can get KOs now. So, not too late to say, it's too late. We have 5 more weeks at least. Let's see if we can make a great showing from there.
Yeah, it is an exciting way to shake up this league. Let's have a look at our schedule for today, though, because we have some incredible games, buddy. Kicking it off with Los Duros versus the Victory Road. Yeah, that's 4 sets that we are bringing live to you today, and very meaningful games as well, as these teams try to continue with that progression. The Victory Road, they're very close on the heels on that left-hand side of that league. Crash Out GG are going to take on Do You Like Pineapple, and Plus Ultra are going to try and take on Cafe Martin very comfortably in the top side of this league, and then Banana Peelers to end it off are going to try and take on Oblivion. Plenty of teams here have a winning record. A couple coming into this today have a losing record, so we could see some upsets here, Nitera.
I definitely love how we're going to go about this. It's going to be, I would say, one for the books here. As we go into this week here, 4 games, we're going to see how they pan out. And the thing about how EUL works is that you're not going to be seeing repeated teams fight over and over again, right? Because each week, it's going to be each team fighting each other. And so we will have different teams duking it out. And 4 of these teams will be walking away with an extra win here, potentially putting their scores a little bit higher on the scoreboard here. And so let's start it out here. We're going into an interesting one. It's a 4-2 scoreline to a 2-4 scoreline here. What are the chances?
I mean, this is one of the opportunities for an upset to come through. Los Duros coming in 2-4 on the season. The Victory Road, they have been trunking up that road, looking for the wins at 4-2. This is the Victory Road. We've got Sauce Caesar, Hiyori, Mephil, Greg, and Azlanaco here, and they have an absolute plethora of victories behind their belt already here. Nitera, top 8 regionals, top 9 April Cup and regionals. We've got top 4 April, top 3 March Cup there for Mephil. And then across the board with Greg as well. Top 3 at the Gamers Award Assembly 2023 and 2025. Won it in 2024 over on the side of Azlanaco. So a really well-rounded team here for the Victory Road.
Right, and is that being said though, Victory Road having a strong lineup, let's look at their strongest picks going into it. Thank you so much for DOV8 for the stats again. Let's take a look into that. Psyduck, very strong competitor, we've seen it quite a lot here. Only thing I would add on to that is absolutely needs that superhero skin for that superhero lineup. Of course, Hoopa, a strong Pokemon across the board since the start of its release here, having one of the only unique skills in the game here, the ability to actually transfer a team really quickly from places in terms of their jump pad all the way to their next score zone, or just directly anywhere with your Unite move. Now, of course, there's a few more we have to take a note here. The Speedster lineup, never going away here with Zoro and Leafeon. But the only difference with that here is, of course, Mew being a strong pickup here with utility, but Scizor. Now, that's an interesting one we're going to talk about a little bit later here, because surprising fact for you in just a bit. But we're going to look at the other team first. Victory Road, you guys have got a good lineup. Los Duros, bring it to me, Tano. What are we looking at?
Oh boy, we have Oscar, Luizin, Danny, Jose, and No Way here on the side of Los Duros. As you have a look at their accolades so far, Worlds 2024 here for Oscar, top 8 UCS for Luizin, and also for Danny and Jose and No Way. A top 8 team at the core of it here for Los Duros, just looking to get themselves a victory coming into this week.
And I'm absolutely loving how this is going about. Top 8 in the UCS is not a feat you just kind of go like, You know, it's the Unite Championships. This is something that, basically just happened. And so they're coming out fresh from being one of the best teams in the world. And, well, I gotta be honest with you, it's gonna be a strong fight. But mind you, they are the team that is 2-4, if I'm not wrong. Right? Not the 4-2 team. So,
that is, yep, you are right, buddy. I mean, it is a stacked league, is this? That's for sure. An absolutely stacked league. So every week it's been a tough set for every single team coming into it, mate. Probably except Ultimate. They are storming this league right now. But yeah, as you say, top 8 in UCS is one heck of an achievement. That's in the world, chat. So it's a bit ridiculous. You go up against all these different sort of teams, and to be able to get top 8 is one heck of an achievement. So this could be a really good set here, Nitera.
I know. The globe is a very big thing. It's very hard to conceptualize. Generally we would have laid out flat the earth, lots of places. There are a small minority of all the players in Unite, and they were able to make their mark here today. And somehow 2-4 in this league. This is a good game. That's gonna happen. We're either gonna see a crazy 3-4 scenario, or Victory Road is going to really be the Victory Road up here, right? 4-2, and they're gonna find their way back to Ultimate somehow. Who knows? This is gonna be how we're lining this up here. I'm excited to see how this goes about. Tano, my favorite question, as per always, looking at Unite's 3rd anniversary, as according to my background here, not edited. What do you think we're gonna see in terms of the pickups here? And don't tell me it's not gonna be Lucario, because I've seen him. He looks great.
I mean, Lucario does look stunning, buddy. I'm with you 100% of the way, but I don't think we're going to see here. Unfortunately, I think these bans are going to be no surprises. Lalios and Lalias have been put into the game, and they are playable, and they are pretty damn good as well. Charizard continues to be dominant in the current meta just due to how good that Unite move is, and these supports are still going to be extremely strong. We see Ho-Oh playing that sort of support defender role alongside the Blissey here, so I don't think we're going to see that much changes in regards to these bans, although Louisian's kind of teasing me here, looking for the Alolan Raichu, Nitera.
Ooh, I'm quite surprised to see Alolan Raichu coming into that. Usually what we call a sleeper of a mon, but hey, we're gonna see how this pans out here. Maybe they've got something in mind here. Victory Road picking themselves up with Snorlax. Favorite Gen 1er pick here, but we're gonna see another pickup onto the side here. I'd be surprised if we don't see a Hoopa or a Psyduck pickup here. We did talk about Victory Road's picks here, and one of their picks was going to be a Hoopa or Psyduck, and we do see them coming in here. In fact, having Hoopa fly in and then the whole join them to, get another 3 Pokemon revive, just like that, I think that'd be insane. So that's a consideration for them. But now we have the Suicune, now we have the Ho-Oh. That's 2 legendaries on the board here. Insane. Psyduck being picked up here, Inteleon locked in as well. Victory Road has a pretty good front-back line lineup now.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say though, I think Los Duros have smashed it out of the park with those first 2 picks, but you get Suicune and you get Ho-Oh, 2 Pokemon that are extremely strong in this meta at the moment, but Mephil has been able to pick up that Inteleon, so they have to have some sort of consideration about how they are going to approach that ranged attacker. Looks like Osquitar is going to lock in the Buzzwole here, and we've got Clefable coming out on the field as well. Not one we expect to see that often, but of course can cause quite a bit of disruption, especially for Hiyori, who I know it's a Scizor, but I strongly suspect that's going to be a Cypher.
Right. And so, let's see if this is going to be the last pickup that you call it here. We're going to be running it down very quickly in just a bit here. We are seeing a hover onto our 4-armed legend here, the Machamp himself. It's going to be an interesting one. I have no idea why you would run Machamp right now. I am quite excited. I mean, I do know I recently played Machamp. No thanks to the Latias missions, because you have to pick mons and play them, right? Apparently, his Unite move is now auto-activated. You just press and let it rip, which is like amazing to me. I love it so much.
I'm a huge fan of Machamp, especially taking it in the central area. If anybody joins us on the Tuesday community games or on Wednesdays where we cover the EUL, you'll see me playing some of that, buddy, and it's a lot of fun. But in a 5v5 setting, it can be tough. So interesting that the Victory Road are going to bring it out here. Los Duros are going to round it out with that Blaziken, a Pokemon that refuses to be taken out of the most picked era of Pokemon Unite at the moment. Just one of the best secure cures in the game, and that's exactly what Los Duros were looking for. So they've got a really well-rounded comp there on the side of Los Duros.
Now, I'm going to give you the fun fact about the Scizor. Right? Now, hold on for me. Scizor was released in 2022, right? That is 2 years ago. We're actually reaching its release date coming in 28 September. Fun fact, this is the only one I cashed for in the game because it happened to lie exactly on my birthday.
Oh, you got
that's
a Scizor
crazy.
birthday. Let's go, Nitera.
Yeah, it's my
high.
birthday mon, apparently, which holds a special place in my heart, specifically because also it's Scizor. One of the mons that you kind of pair up with Lucario a lot of times. In fact, having a very similar moveset in terms of even in VGC or in Unite as well. And I'm kind of excited to see how Victory Road pilots this, because there are a few ways you can play Scizor, right? Don't talk about Scyther. I think Scyther is more of an assassin kind of role, right? Feels a little bit more like a Zoroark kind of deal. But Scizor has a lot going for it in terms of damage and able to, run around, run circles around your opponent. So this is going to be interesting to see how they pan this one out here, but I'm hoping to see the Scizor in the fray instead of the Scyther.
I mean, it could be possible. A lot of all-rounders on the side of Los Duros. I know they have the Suicune, but definitely a lot of melee that's going to be coming their way as we kick on off with the first set here today. Looking at the record, Nitera. Inteleon has a 5-win streak here for the Victory Road alongside that Scizor Cypher. So they've set themselves up for a really good comp they win with.
And props to the production for picking the best skin on Scizor. It's literally the only skin you can pick up right. Honestly, they're picking really good skins on this one. But as we take a look into the match here, it looks like they have a lot of domination on the bot lane here. Los Duros having a strong control of the map and bottom side here. And on top side as well, they're slowly being pushed back though due to the Scyther coming in.
Yori is going for the Cypher. Victory Road love their speedsters, and that's exactly how Cypher plays as. The execute on the dual wing beat is actually going to be really good for trying to keep that pressure up in this top side as we see the Machoke coming for these 850 birds spawning on in. They need to hit level 5 off these, and they don't want to approach because of the Cypher here, Nitera. It's working for Victory Road.
It is so beautiful how Hiyori just sits down there menacingly, and the best part is they can't even see where he is. The discipline Hiyori has to sit in that bush. As he comes in for it here, this Clefairy is gonna be down for the count here. First one going in, Buswell, you are mincemeat. Like the bug, you are swatted away, and there it is. First one coming up, but the bottom side not looking too good. Combusken coming in here, and realizing the opportunity, he's gonna try and rush in here to see if he can pick up a few extra buffs himself.
Yeah, I actually like that approach by Los Duros. They recognize Cypher is in that top lane, so they want to go down to the bottom one, put the pressure on with the Combusken, trying to see if they can take something here. Victory Road, they do manage to take the buff, and poor Oscar trying to do what they can with the super power, but dual wing beat is too powerful. Just got to wait for that late game sort of connect to come through. Blaziken is now on the field. You do need to get some more levels on this Buzzwole as they approach here. They've got the Blaziken ready to go. There goes the kick. Looking for the Machamp. Not able to find it though. Cypher, they managed to dance their way back to the pad. The Victory Road seem untouchable right now, Nitera. Oh, that is tough. Getting ready with that overheat again, but you've just got to accept the fact this goal is done and dusted. That's a 25 overcap for Victory Road. Does open up that experience, though, for Los Duros. And they are having success down here in this bottom lane, Nitera. That's what it's all about, trying to alleviate that pressure, and they have done that so far.
And I absolutely love how they're going to go about this here. A great start going into it. They posture themselves up for the Registeel here. And again, with the help of his team, Los Duros is already starting it out. With only an Inteleon to his name to kind of stop them here. And maybe as long as he can block. But Cypher comes in, goes in for a dual wing beat, pushing for the damage here and able to pick up the Registeel, pushing forward. Basically not able to make it out here. KFC is in their hands.
Oh, good heavy slam coming in from Aslan as well, looking to see if they can push them onto it, buddy. That is gonna work a dream for Victory Road as they find the double KO. They put so many points into that T1 pad. It's 176 points to 56 on the line.
I just thought of a really interesting concept for a Cypher Scissor skin. Now hear me out here.
Oh.
Sushi Master.
Oh, I'm so with you. I'm so with you, buddy, especially for the Cypher. Don't know how you do it for the Scissor. Maybe like using it as like the tongs where you'd pick
It's
up
a
the
dual
sushi
skin.
with. Yeah. I mean, it would be pretty hype, mate. I'm with you as well as we try and find that level 9 on the Blaziken. They do manage to sneak it away with the Aura going up against the Snorlax. They're just going to heavy slam their way out of there.
And that's beautifully done here. Scoreline 177 to 56 here. First hit onto the Ho-Oh. And he's kind of locked in place here. Has to force the fight here no matter what is going down. Dual Wing Beat hitting it out and cleaning it up. As we do look into it here, 8 points onto the pad. It is going to be anyone's guess how this is going to pan out. But I suspect this Snorlax is looking for opportunity to make sure they can't get away and get a free score onto them. Pushing it back here, we do see coming in the Machamp pushing in for the damage here. Push forward here. The Saga going in and forcing them out here. Ho-Oh back into the fray here. Trying to stop them from scoring here. A great start, but the submission coming in here, and there it is. The Wing Beat slashes and crashes.
I gotta say, that submission from Caesar was absolutely on point. Hiyori was so close to going down with the slam from the Buzzwole, but the submission just stopped it dead in the tracks. There's the Ice Bites coming out as well from Suicune, trying to see if they can put the pressure on to Victory Road here, but they're back to their pad. They can't get close enough. The overheat isn't gonna connect, and Lost Duros have to see if they can try to zone them out for this basement Reggie that's coming on in here, buddy, but Ho-Oh has been caught, and without having that Pokemon in this fight, it's even harder to try and zone this out. A massive barrage blow comes through. Doesn't find the KO, but Inteleon does. That's a double for them as Buzzwole tries to respond, trying to see if they can take down Aslan. They have had to back up to their goal here on the side of Victory Road, and that opens up this Regirock for Lost Heroes to take. Can they block these snipe shots coming on through, though? Night Terror. Suicune is so weak. Here comes the Ho-Oh, but it's not going to be enough. Inteleon finds the Regirock, and Victory Road come out of that one feeling pretty rosy.
I don't know if this Ho is gonna make it out here, you know, as the bringer of, you know, 3 legendary dogs, a beast, whatever you wanna call it. Not looking too good for this bird. Getting swiped away just like that here. The only rainbow I see coming from him is the rainbow in his eyes, and he's knocked out. Now, of course, as we look into that here, the map's looking a little bit juicy as well, as we do see that Victory Road has a lot of farm to pick up here, as well as positional advantage in terms of having control of the map. Right now, they can actually go and approach Regieleki here for a free 6th member of the team, and not really much you can do if you're on the side of Lost Duros here, who has to farm up. This level 14 Scyther is insane, and he's gonna be able to crack some hits later on with that little pincer that he has right there. It's gonna be a lot menacing than you think. 5 going in here, they have 2 at the bottom, they know they can take this fight, and they're gonna try and force it here. Scyther going in for the damage, but it's not enough. Tano, it's looking really good for the side of Lost Duros on the top side.
Whether they want to stay and defend this pad, though, this is going to be giving a lot of experience over to Lost Duros. That's it, Blaziken, level 13 now. Green Illusion Dive is going to come on out. Can they find the KOs, buddy? If they take down Cypher here, they get a massive boost to their levels. They are level 14. They've taken the Blaziken. Buzzwole's not going to be able to survive it. They fall as well. They might not even have that Unite move for the Rayquaza yet, buddy. And it's going to be another double KO coming out of Cypher, level 15. Before Rayquaza.
There was a quadruple KO onto the side of Lost Duros here, and really it came down to the fact that they had their team, the Inteleon and the Snorlax, come and return the favor later on here. And if not been for those two here, they would not have enough crowd control to really make it work. But as we go and look into it here, they're going to see they can take another fight going into it. A nice pushback coming from the side out here, able to follow his team. And now, looks like we're going to set back into the neutral zone. The scoreline is 331 to 56 here, with the Rayquaza coming in 10 seconds here. Positional advantage going to Victory Road, who has a lot of map control right now, and I don't understand how this could get any worse for them. But they do have Ho on the side here. A Unite move that's online and ready to go here. It could be a chance for them to just throw bodies in and hopefully make it out with a little bit of damage before they go for a round 2.
I actually don't mind what Lost Eros did there. I mean, Cypher was going to get level 15 no matter what, buddy, but they've managed to get the levels on their side now. 14 on Buzzwole, 13 on that Blaziken. That's going to make the difference in this team fight, but this is the difficulty. They have range damage on the side of Victory Road, and Clefable's the only one that can keep that healing up. It does a huge amount of damage, though, buddy, as they wait for this fight to kick on off. Oh, they do find the Clefable. The submission, absolutely right, goes into the hands of the Buzzwole as well. They've managed to take out Machamp here. Power Nap from the Snorlax, trying to cause that disruption, but right now, Lost Duros has things locked on up until Snorlax stops them anyway. And then Cypher's looking to come in with a Green Illusion dive. There's the
They got Cypher!
They've got less Cypher. Lost Duros now coming out on top here. Night Terror. There goes Snorlax as well. That is how you play a Rayquaza fight.
They might not be over just yet. Remember, their team's still very strong here. They have Nintendo on level 14. And this Snipe could actually take the Rayquaza here. Ho-Oh trying to do his best to pull him away here as Bustle mix him down here. There is one more thing out. We still have the 1,000 punches coming in at any point in time, but not enough. Bustle finishing it off. 2 hands are better than 4 weak chumps. As they make it out here, Rayquaza going to side Ho-Oh, and it looks like it's going to be a scoring fiesta. 30 seconds on the clock here. It is still very possible they can defend this and make it out. But it's looking very dangerous. 356 here. They have a little bit of advantage. 456. I'm gonna be honest with you, Tano. This Hundo Burger is not looking too good for the side of Victory Road here, who might be suffering their first loss of the map.
That is a shame as well, because they dominated that game, buddy. But I honestly think that final play by Lost Duros to get those levels, it was an absolute shout, and then they managed to really capitalize on taking the carries from Victory Road. You take out that Machamp first, and then you find the Cypher. What more can the Victory Road do without having them back in that fight, buddy? What a way to play the final few moments of this game by Lost Duros.
Unfortunately, Victory Road's Pokemons are capped at level 50 here, and very similarly, they are capped here in this fight. Here, unable to go into the Rayquaza fight very well here. They did their best to hold them off here, but bit by bit, the picks did work. One thing I would like to really note, though, is that Aslan, as the Snorlax, did very well to kind of wall 2 Pokemon away, which is Oscata's Buzzwole, and of course, Lucian's Blaziken at the top just now. You know, the only problem is that your Snorlax and, you know, they have hands to, like, you know, give you. Threw a few of them, and Snorlax was kind of out of the fight. There was no real way for the rest of the team to fight together. You lost your tank, blocking them off, and what's gonna happen to the rest of your team? Where's Inteleon? He's had hiding behind and slowly got pushed away.
Bro, if I'm looking at this game without having seen it, if I'm just looking at the stats, I'm like, how the heck have they lost that game? Looking at the damage dealt, looking at the KOs. I mean, Aslan 19 assists, Iori's 19 KOs or something ridiculous like that. I mean, the max Lost Duros had was 5, but it just shows that in Pokemon Unite, it is not over until that Rayquaza sings, and it sang for Lost Duros in those final moments.
The real reason they lost is Hiyori didn't fix Scissor. He fixed Cypher. Truly. Jokes aside though, of course, the thing is that Lost Duros didn't really pull out all their stops as well. At the very end, you did see there were a few Unites they were holding on to, didn't really have to force the investment into them, and they still won the fight all the same. In fact, I guess the only difference that could have been the playmaker here was that if Scissor uses Unite move into the Rayquaza, potentially from that, maybe we could have seen a steal of that. You know, other than that, it was pretty rough all the same.
That it was, and I wonder how things are going to adjust coming into this next game, because Victory Road had that game in control for the entirety of it until those final moments, Night Terror. So from their point of view, they're not going to feel like they need to change much, to be honest. Lost Duros are the ones that are still going to have to shake things up a little bit. Yes, they managed to get that win with a great push at the end, but throughout the majority of that game, they were certainly struggling. And will they stick with that Raichu ban? Because yes, it's had buffs and E-Ball is very good on that Pokemon right now. But do you want to try and target these comfortable Pokemon that a Hiyori can really cook on?
And I guess that is the question they have to go about it in this next pick a ban phase. So move into it here. It's going to very likely be the same bans here. We're going to see the Lone Raichu, we're going to see the Charizard be picked up as the last 2 here. But otherwise, I think the question is, do you want to switch your composition? Now for Victory Road, it feels very comfortable. I agree with the picks for the most part. I think it's a little bit weird, but I don't think it is out of their comfort zone, right? Machamp feels a bit off. I think it's alright. Do they want to switch? Is the question.
I liked the Machamp, you know? I liked the submission. I felt like it was really good at providing assistance in a team fight in that way. I really liked it. I don't know. I feel like, do Victory Road need to change anything up? I honestly don't.
Guess it's gonna be the same composition. You. So much hate right now. I saw
Got
it.
him.
I saw it. Yeah, I got. Whoa, Tano, you're on the wrong side. You're on the wrong side of this war, man. Oh, I know who I want to win. No, my allegiance goes to Victory Road. They didn't juke me. I want to see them run the Machamp back in. I want to see them run the Scizor. Really picked up by Osita, and this is gonna be interesting to say the least. But real talk here, look, definitely not the right pick you want. There is a Snorlax there. At best, you run either the Urshifu Stringer Strike or you're running Lucario, Power Up Punch, and Close Combat. So it's gonna be interesting to say the least.
Little bit of stealing going on here. Los Duros are going to take
They
that
just swapped
from Hiyari, exactly, and they just swapped the Blaziken. So interesting. It's like an
Duraludon,
86% win rate for Victory Road with that Cypher on it, buddy. Well, Los Duros going to range this one out with maybe an attacking defender. Blastoise is a good shout. Lapras would be a good shout as well. You know, if they are going for the Scizor, this is a very brawly team on the side of Los Duros.
I like the idea, right? I talked about it just now with Scizor having Bullet Punch. It's a lot of repositioning and a lot of hitting your opponents here and there, and like, you know, it almost feels like you're guiding them in a sense, because every time you move, you hit them, you move, you hit them. You kind of force them to want to fight you, and if they try to fight you, they kind of have to play at your pace. And I think I can see how Blastoise maybe running a rapid spin Hydro Pump and displacing them and forcing more 1v1s, or, you know, buying a bit of time for Scizor to continue hitting them before they kind of group together. I can see it. Do I think it's good in this sense?
Nah,
I'm the one on the desk. I'm not the top 8. You know, I'm not top 8 in like WCS or anything, man. That's all I'm saying.
All I'm saying is that if they don't go for the Cypher here, Mipha's going to have an absolute field day on that Inteleon, buddy. There is nothing that Inteleon has to be that concerned about. Yes, maybe Blastoise coming at them with a bit of a spin, but they're not going to be that concerned about that, mate. They know how to play this Pokemon. They know how to keep at range and fight from the back line. If Osquitar doesn't go for the Cypher here, they've got no way of dealing with that Inteleon.
You know what? I'm going to stand my ground and say that he's got, you know, he's got pants of steel. He's holding on to it. He's got to go Scizor. He's got to run it in regardless, because at the end of the day, running Scyther against a Psyduck and a Snorlax, I feel like it's a little bit rough for you, because like either way, they are fairly tanky. It's going to be tough for you to kind of break that high HP gap. I think it really does go down to how much sustainable damage you can really dish out and how much you can hold them back. Because, like, what kind of sustain do they really have on their team? Let's be fair here.
No, that is valid, buddy. I gotta say, though, it seems like anytime they run this Machamp, it works for them. They currently have a 5-win streak with it on the side of Victory Road. They're struggling a little bit with the comp they want to play out on the side of Los Duros, but let's see if they can keep themselves in this at the early stages. A lot of pressure onto Aslan here. Looks like No Way is going to back up, but they took a lot of that farm down there, Nitera.
I like how they're really working it out here, but we're going to look at the top side a little bit here, and we're going to see again, not Hiyori this time, who's sitting menacingly, but Oscar, who's going to be waiting for opportunity to come in, dashing in, does not pick up the Machamp. Unfortunately, close to that. I think just missing this opportunity. Maybe I was looking at something, I was like, oh, right, my job. You know, it's kind of just a painful sight to see, but hey, at least they've got control over that. While on the other side, Victory Road is looking really good here, but they have to contest against this Blaziken, who is now being contested by Oscar, who's going in for it here. We see the damage dishing out here. Buff given to Scizor once again, refreshed and ready to go. These Alterias all theirs for the taking here, with only 2 tanky mons to their name here, one of them being Snorlax, but Psyduck not there. It's gonna be down to the Drizzle to see what he can do about it.
Much better approach from Los Duros here at the moment. No Way is going to get back, and we do see Cypher go back to that central area. They want to get that power spike as soon as possible onto this Cypher. If they can come into these 7-minute objectives with that green illusion dive. That can flip the game for them in this early to mid stage, buddy. So I like the approach Los Duros is taking here, but Victory Road are hot on their heels. They've got the point lead, and they're not too far off being able to get Machamp on the field.
Well, it's still Machop for all intents and purposes here, running in here. Submission picks it out on the Suicune, and there's a good start, but the Heavy Slam kind of just misses a little bit here. But Blaziken going in for it, has the Unite move to switch stance, so he can move in for it. Blaziken coming in, pushing it back, but not enough at the moment here. Just short a little bit here. Goes in, tries to get it out, the Blaziken coming in. Focus Blast pushes in for it, and there it is, the finish up with that Unite move. Pushing it back here, looks like they have a little bit of points to work with here. This Inteleon not wanting to score, they don't really want to push it as well. Really focused on trying to make sure they can get the Altarias first before anything else.
Yeah, I don't think they want to break that goal and open up that extra experience for Los Duros. I mean, Cypher's going into the central area of Victory Road to find it as they come on down here. Blastoise, though, against the world submission, sending them the opposite way. The big cannons don't find the connect either, buddy, as we get a good approach here from Victory Road onto this T1 pad. The Aslan push comes on out, tries to isolate the Clefable here up against the wall. The Snipe Shot doesn't connect, but Blaziken does. They still get away with the overheat, and the Snipe Shot gets blocked yet again. Los Duros still come out of that feeling pretty shiny.
Alright, we're going in for it here, trying to see if he turn around. Hoo-hee-ha, spins the round, does not pick it up here. He is fighting Ghost with the Regirock here, and his entire team is going down. He only tried to make something happen, but again, not anywhere, as he's kind of given the Regirock to them. He should have focused on the fight here. He was kind of displaced all by himself while his entire team was fighting 3. And there it is, Aslan and now our dear friend, this Macho, who you said there's going to be a Machamp soon. Still not there yet, and they're kind of struggling to defend this all on themselves. Inteleon coming in here from the back here, trying to see if he can make any hit race here. Felslinger coming in to see if he can get a few points of damage onto the Scyther.
Great approach from Los Duros so far, attacking both lanes, trying to take whatever farm they can away from the Victory Road. And Oscitar has been playing the Cypher quite well. What I love about this set so far, Naito, is how much we're getting to enjoy this Cypher. It's one of my favorite Pokemon to play, and it has a very good position in Pokemon Unite in this meta at the moment. Inteleon hasn't had that easy of a time going up against it, as the Flamethrower tries to go through, doesn't find Meowthil. Unfortunately, the Flux Zone's going to be a bit too much for them to handle it.
That was a good attempt, maybe an accidental one, but a good one on this here. But Aslan pushing it back here, Blaziken coming in, hoo-hee-ha, no Blaziken coming for you as he turns this one back. Heavy Slam missing again, overheat not connecting. This Blaziken has not really hit his mark that much just yet. But we're gonna see if he can actually make hit race with the whole missing the Blaziken once again. And wow, that is not what you want to see, as Hiyori just kind of not hitting his mark here. He needs to land a few more good hits here if he wants to help his team really make it out. Overheat, they try and bait something, does not see here, and the Psyduck trying to scout for it. Nothing. They're playing so safe now all of a sudden. Los Duros in the lead as well, but knowing that they have discipline, not really pushing and overextending. I like this.
Yeah, it's definitely a much different approach here for Los Duros than the previous game, but as we can see that they're still managing to keep themselves in the lead here. Like previously, this is where Victory Road were managing to really get themselves ahead, and it was only till those final few moments Los Duros managed to caught up. So this, you're absolutely right. You can't give over too much here. You've got to be cautious, and of course you're going to want to go for those KOs, but if you give over too much, that's how somebody gets themselves back into this game.
Duros on our week 7 of the UEL. Now, of course, as we take a look into the overall state of the game here, Los Duros definitely have an advantage overall. In fact, they have map control in terms of everything else, which is a great. And as we take a look at that, looks like we have a little bit of an issue, but I think we need to really look into what I was just saying, right? This is a good time. You know, it's like an analyst panel. How is Los Duros doing all of this over one small switch? And I do believe when we come down to talk to it, comfort picks, right? Just now we were seeing a comfort pick with the Machamp, we saw it with the Scyther. When it's picked away and Hiyori swapped over to Blaziken, Tano, you kind of see where I'm going with this, right? No hits on the overheat, no hits on the Blaziken, just a few nicks here and there. It really starts to power up.
I think Victory Road, they're so good on their speedsters, buddy, and if you can take away one of their strongest picks, which, you know, has been the Cypher for them so far, it does make them have to think a little bit more and have to shake up the way that they run their comp. It seems like the Cypher is the answer for this set right now, and I'm absolutely loving it, mate. It's such a fun Pokemon to cast. It's a fun Pokemon to play, and when you have these players that are so comfortable on it, the way that we do here with Oscar and Hiyori, it really is just a matter of who can take that Pokemon first and try and get those executes through.
And I really love how they're going to go about this here. In fact, this analyst panel was perfect right in the moment. I wish we could see a replay here, but all is good here as we do want to kind of dive deeper into this. So I guess the question now is, what can Victory Road do to turn this around? The obvious solution would be to not pick up Blaziken anymore. I think that was a really rough call, even though it might have been the right call because you don't want to give it to a Los Duros who has taken not only the Cypher but now also have a strong Blaziken on their side. One of the reigning champions of Unite, so to speak. I think the idea here is actually to lock in mons that can actually give a run for their money. Stronger mons that have like more their power stats already. Maybe things like Zacian, who's coming into the fray here, or even Mewtwo Y. So as we take a look back here, we're going to be running back into the game. Let's see how this pans out.
Yeah, let's do exactly that, buddy, as we get into things yet again. Looking at the 230 mark, waiting for this bottom Reggie to spawn on in. Los Duros, they're prepared for it. Victory Road are making their way down to it as well. We can see that a Regieleki is pushing that T2 pad for Victory Road. Machamp is preoccupied with that, so they're not going to be here for this fight as we're still waiting for things to come on through. Sableye has invaded our system, chat. We're trying our best to handle it, but as we see, Rayquaza has spawned on the field. Not clear who managed to get that buff. It looks like Los Duros took it with the shields that we can see on their Pokemon.
Looks like Porygon is still affecting our systems with the help of Sableye here, but all is said and done, damage is being dealt onto the other side here. Who could have guessed that Pokemon Unite is a game about ditching damage to the other team? But it is looking very much in Los Duros' favor as they're able to push into the other side of the map here with an additional Reggie to boot as well from that Reggie fight. And now with that level and experience here, they've got something to do. And of course, with this black screen, it looks like we have Gengar who's using his Unite as well to stop everything from being seen. What a spectacular play of blocking vision. The Fog of War there, top tier gameplay, but a little bit too strong. Hopping onto the cameras of our Magnemites.
Yeah, it's that Darkrai throwing us into that worst nightmare, mate. Putting us into that other dimension. Do you remember? I don't know if you were playing Pokemon Unite when the bug came out, but there was a bug where like you literally got sent to the shadow dimension and it was all like black. You just couldn't see anything to play the game. It was absolutely.
I do recall it vaguely. I do believe it's near the time where we had another bug with Cramorant, one of the kings of bugs, where you could actually jump head with his Unite. That was interesting to say the least. As we look at it here, it looks like our Psyduck is giving us the Sai, but in frozen motion here. Not a very good sign as a whole here, but you know what? It's not as...
Has Victory Road take? Yes, they did. Victory Road has managed to take the Rayquaza, and they have managed to rein in Hundo Burgers with 30 seconds left, Nightera. We are going to a game 3 in this set.
All I'm saying is that, you know, Victory Road paid a Porygon, a Sableye, a Gengar to make something work here.
Like,
but
listen, you're not going to see it, but just know we got the Ray. Production just confirmed. They got it with the Machamp ult, the Barrage Blow Unite move coming through to take that Rayquaza. Absolutely brilliant plays by Victory Road there, Nightera.
Beautifully done. I mean, a lot of Barrage blows on as well, taking a big hit in terms of what we have not seen for the last 4 minutes. But all said and done, they were able to pick themselves up here. Victory Road really making a name for themselves, always in some form of a cave here, like in every game. Just like that, we also can't see what's happening inside. But at least we now know it's a 1-1 situation going into a game 3, and honestly, who doesn't like a game 3? We've got a long road ahead of us here, and Victory Road versus Los Duros, they're going to be giving us a show for map number 3 here, and at least we'll have a definitive game being seen. It could have happened onto the deciding game, you know? This is still fine.
Yeah, I mean, hey, what tell me is that this Cypher might be a bit of a false security blanket for these teams, buddy, because if you pick it up and you dominate on it, you seem to lose Ray and lose the game, mate. That's happened twice in a row now, so will both teams be like, you know what? Let's leave it on the field. Let nobody pick up the Cypher. Let's just leave it and move to something else here.
I guess my biggest qualm with this right now is that you see, when we looked at the strongest picks of the team of Victory Road, we did see 2 other speedsters into the fray, and them picking up Scyther is not wrong per se. Don't get me wrong there, but I feel like at that point, you know that they can also play Scyther, just ban it, right? Maybe it's the fact that they know Los Duros can't play Zoroark or Leafeon as well, but I also feel that if you can leverage off that, you're gonna force them to ban both Zoroark and Leafeon over, like, you know, Latios and Raichu. Like, I think there's a precedence there where you just kind of put them in a position where, like, you just ban Scyther and you just play the other speedsters that actually benefit from it. But with every speedster talk, they kind of fall off, right? If you're equal level, technically, you are not as strong as a regular Pokemon. So maybe there's a precedence.
I think that, like, the issue with Pokemon Unite at the moment is that there are so many good Pokemon in this game. Like, you only have 4 bans. You know, what can you target? Because you know, it's understandable. Every single one of these bands that we see coming through, they're all Pokemon that make a massive difference in any 5-stat game that they're in. So,
right,
so many. We need more bands, bro. That's what we need.
Yeah, I mean, like, let's go Dragapult, let's go Freedom, let's go Dragonite, Duraludon. There we go. See, now you're speaking my language. What else do we got? Mamoswine's actually good. A Tyranitar, Garchomp. Actually, now that I've mentioned it, a lot of the mods we picked are pseudo legends.
Don't be dissing the Godzilla, bro. Tyranitar belongs to Ruins. People playing that Pokemon more, I'm telling you now.
I agree.
It takes a lot. Very, very good Pokemon. I mean, there's definitely others. I think all the defenders right now actually are pretty comfortable, right? There's not a single defender I can think of where you're like, ain't no way we're going to pick that one up. Maybe other than Greedent, but hey.
Let's go, Cramorant!
Defender Cramorant.
There was a time where that was a thing. I mean, Gatling Gulping Missile is actually such a good Unite move. I just feel like it was on the wrong one for a majority of the time. But as we do look into it here, same bans across the board. I do not believe there will be a Raichu ban. In fact, really just to know why Raichu is the pickup here, but we'll see. Inteleon, lock in. Nicely done.
Yeah, I get one of those where, like, can we take that Pokemon away so we don't have to be concerned about having to get on it? The ranged attack is so good at Rayquaza. You take that one out, but it does open up that Alolan Raichu, buddy, and people are so scared of it at the moment because Electro Ball is incredibly good on that Pokemon, and it got buffed in the most recent patch. So, yet again, developers doing the best thing, buffing any Pokemon.
All I hear are the sounds of a coward. Just pick it up for yourself. We saw it happen to Scyther. We can see it happen again. Think about it here with me, right? Why even ban the Pokemon? Just pick it up for yourself. And especially since, as we take a look here, first pick, yes, I agree, Victory Road could have picked it up first. However, you're gonna opt to go for Ho-Oh and Suicune. And honestly, are you telling me like these 2 Pokemon are more worthwhile to pick up over Raichu in that case? And you see, none of them have picked up Raichu. Let's be fair here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe themselves and be like, why did we ban it if nobody was going to pick it up? I mean, me had the Leafeon, so that is, you know, always going to be a Pokemon that looks to hunt down those hackers. So it's probably not going to be in your plans if you see that being picked up so early. Hooper is going to be brought out here for Los Duros alongside Kataz as well. So none of them have gone for the Cypher Scissor, and it's going to be Hiyori locking in the Zoroark. This is a scare for Los Duros. The double speedster comp works so well for Victory Road.
I just saw Hiyori on Assault Vest Zoroark more shots. I want to point that out. But you're right. And again, the same logic applies when you're playing speedsters. The one thing that you gotta keep in mind is that they level up generally faster than one in the game, in the other roles. And so again, you have an Eevee at level 4, has fast level, not wrong, with a half Xatu, 1 Beltoy, and 1 Excelgor or Excelsior. It is a level 4 already. So technically Hiyori can get the rest here, pushing himself up to a, I think, nice level 4 as well. And with that, he's only a level away from 5, which lets him be online. Leafeon will be able to run around the map as well. There is a precedence that technically they just level so fast because both of them are speedsters that they can just out damage, outstat everyone in the South Los Duros.
I just think we need more speedsters played here, buddy. We've got 3. I want more. The Galarian Rapidash are pretty much the Greedent of speedsters. It's interesting Los Duros have gone for that approach here, and they're going to be a constant nuisance on the side of Victory Road. Buddy, it's game 3. against these two teams. An incredible set already that we've witnessed. We didn't even get to see the Rayquaza fight in the previous game, but it was an incredible hit from the barrage blow that took it. And now we're going into the game with 3 speeds field and 2 distinct comps from both of these teams.
And you've got to see, I mean, you love to see it, right? As we move into this, I'm absolutely excited to know how this will pan out. We lost 1 game worth of footage. Though, again, to be fair, someone paid Porygon to do it. It's not our fault. It's not the team's fault. Someone was
Nope.
right? But as we look into this final game for our European Unite League here for Week 7, game number 1 against Victory Road and Los Duros. Lineup's gonna be like this. We're gonna see them go into the fray once again with Zorua going into the central area. On the other side, we have our dear little pony here, our Ponyta, going in for that. And now it is going to be the same tussle again. 2 legendaries at the bottom. We're gonna see this Snorlax take a giant beating here, potentially get a KO if they're not careful. But it looks like they make out with at least 1 more additional farm, 2 more additional farm actually. And right now, looking really good there. Top side, let's take a look at what you guys are doing.
I mean, it's quite interesting that they decided to take the Leafeon into the lane here instead of getting those early Evos through. Oscitar's looking for that level 5 nice and early on this Buzzwole. Gives you a huge spike coming into that lane. And they are up against a Machop at the moment, so they're going to be pretty comfortable while we try and see if they can sneak this away with Daniela looking for it on the Suicune. But Leafeon is on the field, finding the KO. And now Victory Road have all the victory they're looking for in this bottom lane.
And I absolutely love to see how they're going to turn this one back in for themselves here. A great strong start moving into it. Of course, we do see Galarian Rapidash now finally going in here. Try to make some headways with a 4 on the top side here. And with the bottom here, we want lone Suicune. Trying his best to defend this. I feel like this is a little rough for them on either front here. But a nice pickup here for the Psyduck, who's able to make a lot of disruption here. But not enough to stop the score. 28 now dropped in as well here. This Buzzwole looks mighty fine and happy for that. Nice start here. This Snorlax comes in to play, trying to make some headways with the Zoroark, but not enough to make some headways from there. But a pickup here onto the Ho-Oh, and at least they've got something out of it here. Moving to the 8-minute mark as well. Looks like they'll be able to take the Altarias in the center, but submission comes in from the Buzzwole here, and there it is. Now Snorlax needs a little bit of a diet.
Yeah, back to the Pokemon Center for them, but they are getting to the stage now where they have to be very worried about this Zoroark. Hiyori's managed to hit level 7, trying to get these boosteds off. They do manage to get themselves away from that Rapidash, and that is why the Rapidash is such a good pick here, buddy. As we see Psyduck get squished back to the Pokemon Center, being able to go in and cause a disruption onto that Zoroark combos is the reason you go for this pick.
Right, and I absolutely agree with what you're saying here. Now the question is, can they actually follow up with that? Because right now, it looks like they just want to stay on this top half here, and they're very happy to just do it. Right now, a good start of the fight here as Zora comes in back at it again here. Very close to that level 9 Unite move, but we're not seeing any headways come in from here, which again, damage being down, and the Hoopa almost going down. That is not jacking his style here. As they go into it here, this Holoware Drip is gonna be smacked down here, and this Hoopa is sent back to the Pokemon Center. Beautifully done from this Zoroark here, almost level 9 now.
I mean, Hiyori just feels like they're being tickled in this lane, buddy. They're not concerned in any way, shape, or form. Suicune may have got themselves caught out here as they try and rein in the 23 points. They're going to get 40 in return. Oh, it does go through. I thought Hoopa was there, buddy, but no. The freeze comes through from Suicune as well. But I like this approach from Los Duros. They're going to go into that top side knowing Victory Road has the bottom lane locked up. Registeel for free as they rush on up into the top side looking for the Lecky, buddy. They do break the goal. They take the Lecky. Do they continue to push?
I think they just force a fight here, grab as much points and dunk it in. This Regieleki is kind of just locking him out for right now. But again, with the Regieleki out going into that, the thing is, if they do hit into the zone, right now it's going to completely disable it and he can take another strong fight here. However, Los Duros has about 60% control of the map here, but they're not able to really make any headways of it as they make their way down here against a very strong level 10 Leafeon.
What a close game for the third game here, but I mean, we're about to hit the mid game, and it's ridiculous between these two teams. Aslan really on point, blocking away that Ho-Oh. They do manage to get themselves out of there, and Zoroark has to have a bit of a word and get themselves back to a healthy state, grabbing that aura on the way. But right now, it looks like both teams are just going to try and hunt each other down as we see Leafeon trying to find Hoopa. They don't find it, and now they have to back up a little bit, waiting for Hiyori to come on in.
And I really like how they're gonna keep approaching this fight, moving on and on and on and on as they make their hits all the way down here and control the map. Looks like they now have a way to kind of just pull themselves back into the fight here. With Leafeon picking out some of their Alteras here, they've got some levels coming in here, pushing the level 12 very soon here, and a Snorlax to boot as well. Aslan sitting down, waiting for an opportunity here with the help of Psyduck. Looks like they've got a base back and nicely done. I mean, right now they're looking quite spiffy. 95 to 106 here. Lead is going to Lost Zeros, but not by much here. But in terms of levels, I mean, what more do I need to say? There are 2 speedsters pushing in level 11 and level 11. I mean, Leafeon is going to be 12 in just a bit here. And who is really contesting Lost Zeros from all of that?
Yeah, it feels like, I mean, Buzzwell's managed to hit that level 11 as well, but they just haven't been able to deal with these speedsters, unfortunately. And now Victory Road are going to make an approach here onto the T1 of Lost Duro, see if they can rein in the points. Submission comes on through. Triad Blitz is going to do enough to try and zone out the Machamp, but Barrage Blow connects. They get the KO for the Psyduck, looking for more here as well. And now they can break that pad, buddy, as well as the bottom lane getting the disruption in. Good effort from Hooper here, but the points are going to rain on through. They are desperate for some assistance, waiting for the team to get here. But of course, Lost Duros has to try and take the Regirock, but that's going to be free real estate for Hiyori.
It's a very good try all the same here. I mean, I really can't fault them for that. They chose to grab another objective even though one's being contested, and that's kind of the name of the game, Pokemon Unite. I say this in almost every cast, but if you are playing the game and, you know, something's taken from you, how are you returning that favor? What are you taking in return of losing something? And of course, they did very well here. They traded both the Regis on the other side, and this is great. But point-wise, it's 40 points going to be coming in here. If they don't take this hole out, I mean, basically, what can the Zoroark do but just walk away with that 40 points here? The team's going in and collapsing into them here. Snorlax is invested his Unite move here, and so does the Ultra Slam coming from the boss hole, pushing in for it here. It looks like they're going to try and make their mark, but the Zoroark, not much he can do. Able to back away by just a hair behind his back, but all the same here, it looks like they're going to leave Aslan down for the pickings here, and there it is. Unfortunately, it looks like they walk away with a strong pickup here, but not enough to say that they can actually like secure a full win from there. This number 12 Zoroark is playing very safe here, trying to make his mark, and less like that. Again, the points coming in here. The Triforce pushing forward here, and the slam onto the side down, push back into that. The Umbreon is going in here, and there it is. Zoroark has damage dishing out here, but not enough to turn it out. As this Machamp counts in Caesar, making a mark for himself, pushing in against the Suicune here, and now potentially this whole O as he rips the feathers off.
I think they may have got enough from that though on the side of Lost Duros, buddy. They've got extra levels and now 2 points ahead in the lead. The difficulty is, Machamp managing to find some really important KOs themselves. It's still going to be scary for Lost Duros to come in to this Rayquaza fight. Hiyori's going to abandon that chase there. And again, 40 seconds from Rayquaza here. Lost Duros are still behind in regards to these levels, and it ain't going to be easy coming into that fight if they take no way here as well. That's going to be level 13 for Zoroark, and that's going to be even dangerous as they go in with the boosted. They have managed to prop them here, and they find the KO.
And it's not looking too good all the same here as they go into this Rayquaza fight. Last chance remaining for this team to actually win this out. Scoreline 182 to 184 here. We have 50 seconds called before that. And a Regirock who's not going to be taken down. Unfortunately, it looks like you're going to be alone for today. But let's look at the numbers before we go into it. 13, 11, 14, 13, 11 on the side of Victory Road, looking mighty strong here. In fact, highest level of the team is 14 on the other side. 12, 12, 13, 10, 11 here. A little bit low, averaging around the 11s here, but not too bad all the same. Posturing-wise, they have the positional advantage here. In fact, with the Snorlax, they're able to just continue to push up and scout early on. Nice pick up from the side here. We almost get a pick onto Ho-Oh, who's able to just walk away here. Has to base away and get the heals here, but if they continue to push and pursue, might be able to get something out of here. Good heal coming in for the Hoopa here, helping for the Ho-Oh, and now looks like they can take another fight again. It's like nothing ever happened. Nice Phantom Force going into that.
That was an interesting approach as Aslan manages to get themselves out, going straight into the central area. Really aggressive approach here from Victory Road, but they don't have any healers as well to get themselves back to a good stance. It's going to be the Power Nap though, giving themselves a tasty shield. We do have the freeze onto the Machamp. Barrage Blow comes through, misses them though, and they have managed to take down the Buzzwole, buddy. It's Zoroark's game. We're just living in it. We do see the Unite coming through to get them back onto the field, but Buzzwole goes back to the Pokemon Center anyway. There's the Ice Spikes from the Suicune. Not that it matters, because full power Sai connects, reducing the damage, and now Victory Road just has to rip the Rayquaza to take the third game.
It's not over just yet, but mind you, if they take the Rayquaza, there is no way for Los Duros to come back with any points because they have the lead. Victory Road has the lead, and so they can now just play lame, win the game. They just have to play it out slow, and now it's going to be very rough for them with 30 seconds on the clock as well. I do not know how they can turn this one back. With this Snorlax just kind of wrecking havoc here, it looks like they're able to drop in another 86 points there. And this is going to be a rough one for them. All the same here with that Machamp as well on the top side. 50 points into the 100 basically for the double points, and now looks like that's all she wrote. Tano Victory Road securing that victory, entering their name in the Hall of Fame. Los Duros just kind of shy behind their last fight there. If not, it would have been theirs for the taking.
I mean, what an effort by Los Duros, to be fair, buddy, to come into this game against the number 2 seed in this league so far, and then be able to put up a showing like that is, you deserve a pat on your back, buddy. It was very enjoyable to witness. I loved the Cypher gameplay that we got to see, and some incredible efforts in the final few moments there. It was just too much for them to handle, as they do manage to take the victory whilst they're on the road for it. Victory Road 2-1 against Los Duros.
You know, I'm not even going to tell you that they deserve a pat on their back. They deserve more than that for coming in quite far from them. In fact, they took a game off them with taking out Scyther, which, mind you, they also played Blaziken really well, which kind of shows you that they do have the understanding and mastery of their Pokemon here. And honestly, Los Duros, you guys are no slouch. In fact, this loss is not a mark of shame. In fact, it should be a mark of pride that you guys are able to go toe-to-toe against one of these stronger teams in the format here. Moving on to that though, GG. Scoreline 5-0-8-1-8-4 here. Definitely a very hard fight here.
Look how close that was for a game 3 as well, mate. That's impressive by both teams. The thing is, the Victory Road, boy, do they play these speedsters well. Every single week I see them play, and when they play these speedsters, teams find it difficult to handle what they're throwing at them.
I mean, what can I say? What else can I say moving on from this here? We have a lot of games to go. I'm not going to glaze this team out just yet here. We're going to see a lot more of both of these teams moving on with the next few weeks here. In fact, we still have a few more weeks. We have like a whole month of, Unite back at it. So, oh yeah. So, I mean, I'm excited to see how they can turn this one back into a, a stronger win record here. I'm very excited to see how Los Duros play this out. I like the strategy that they're going with. My only suggestion is maybe they play a legendary sweep strategy. They just put in the strongest Pokemon they can find here, get a very strong early game because they have the stats. Who knows? But Tano, fill me in. I think after this round, I think it's time for me to go to bed, right? We don't have any more games, do we?
Bro. If you were not prepared for the hype that is coming up this week, bro, we have 3 more games to bring out, and the next one, Crash Out GG versus Do You Like Pineapple, is going to be a hype one. So I need you to stay on that mic and get prepared for it, bro. We are, I believe, I'm just going to check with production. I think we're going to head to a break while we get ready for that set. Victory Road has managed to take this one 2-1 at the moment. So yes, we're going to head to a quick break. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We will be back with you very shortly. Right, we're back already. That was
damn,
quick
wow, that was a quick break.
Doom. Want to see me do it again? Well, we do have an interview here with none other than Aslan. Aslan, welcome in, buddy. Congratulations on the victory. And I gotta say, some beautiful blocks coming out of that Snorlax for you.
Hello.
Hello.
There we go. Hello, Aslan. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm fine, thanks. And you?
Oh,
I
thank
mean,
you.
after
That's
that one.
yeah, that was the first time anyone's asked the casters how we're doing.
Oh,
Yeah, that's important.
Well, I mean, congrats, Aslan. It was an exciting game to see from you both. Now, what I do want to know is, of course, it seems like Cypher was a very important Pokemon for both teams in that one. Hiyori seems to absolutely cook on it. So did Oscar. At any point, did you consider banning it after Lost Arrows picked that up and kind of did the same?
No, we didn't want to ban it since there is too much broken mons in the meta, so we were like,
Yeah.
if we can have it, we're fine with it because we trained it, but if we have to play against, it's fine, and I think we did it in a really good way, so it's fine.
You know, that is a very good point. I think my question, I'm gonna go a bit off the rails here. I
Ooh.
promise you, Tano, it's not a Lucario question. Stop it. Alright.
Surprise.
But I think with the recent changes, one of the more hyped things that we are looking forward to is actually the Drain Crown changes, which is quite a massive one, right? Now opting, instead of doing damage you get the Drain, you just only have the auto attacks of attack-based Pokemon getting the Drain. And I would say, like, what do you feel about that? And do you think it's something that you can implement into your team strategy moving forward?
Yes, it's more like in this moment we are trying a lot of things, and sometimes we accept to have bad matchups on some strategy to learn more and know what is good with us and what is not.
You know, I agree with that take. I mean, losing to learn or losing to win in a sense, and that is a very strong and healthy mindset. I mean, Tano, I like my question. I think I'm ready to full send it. Aslan has blocked a lot of strong players today here. In fact, arguably picking up a lot of great opportunities for his team. Tano, it's your call, man.
Aslan, bro, I gotta know. Of course, obviously very good on the Snorlax. Do you think Snorlax needs a bit of a nerf?
No, I think he's fine.
Sorry? Sorry?
It does, okay? It's ridiculously broken. The defenders are so good in this game. But yeah, I mean, why they buffed it, I don't know. But anyway, Aslan, thank you so much for being here, buddy. Well done on the victory. You have been an incredible team to watch. So continue with doing that, and we will see you next week.
Okay, thank you guys, and thank you for the cast. That's amazing.
I love you so much, bro. Don't worry about it. We will continue giving you the best that we can. Play Lucario.
Yeah, sure. Goodbye, guys. See you.
Thank you, buddy. I believe our next match is ready, so we do need to talk a little bit about that, Naito. Of course, it's going to be Crash Out
Woo!
GG versus
What a
do you
game.
like Pineapple? And that is a question. Do you like Pineapple, Naito?
On my pizza.
Same. Ah.
Yes!
We are Pineapple lovers. I mean, I love this team, actually. I think they've been very impressive here in this league. I love watching them. I like Pineapple. I like it on my pizza. Get over it, world. It is doable. As we go on into the stats here, it is an even ranking across both of these teams, Naitero. We were talking about how close this one's going to be. They're both 3-3 on the league.
And mind you, whichever one wins this, basically they push up into the winner's half, actually. So this is going to be an interesting one. One team is going to be walking out with a little bit more points than the other, of course. As we take a look into the team here, Pineapple, we have Clint's top 8 in EU Ice Ski, Scout TT Bones, who is UEC's 2024 winner, Daddy Leon, with a 0. Top 8 AOS Cup in 2024, and top 8 on basically every role. Versatility is there. Now, by their pick, top 2 in the Women's United, which is crazy to see because that is a league on its own, because this means that she's one of the strongest Unite players in terms of when it comes to the gender split. On the other side, we have Beach, top 9 in EU Regional. So, a little bit shy of top 8, but that is still within a single-digit range, which means that there are a lot of players who are vying for that spot, and somehow Beach is on top. Let's look at the picks here. I'm going to let you do this one, Tano.
Yeah, sure. I mean, huge shout out to Dio Eva giving us these stats again. Strongest picks for Pineapple right now. As we look at the matches, but pretty strong across the board. 67% win rate on the Hooper. They do have plenty of all-rounders there, because I know Armor Rouge is there, but it is Fire Spin. It is used as an all-rounder. Only 29% win rate on it, though. It seems to be the range attackers that works more for Pineapple at the moment, with that Inteleon at 86%. Pairing it with the Snorlax at 83%. So they kind of have that combo that we see most Pokemon Unite teams play right now. Throw the support in with some strong defense and then have a good ranged attacker in the backline, and it works for them.
Like it, I really do like it moving into that. In fact, one of the pickups that we're gonna see here again, very common, Hoopa and the Leafeon, right? I think at least Inteleon, strong pickup. We didn't see it being the core pickup when we were looking at the stats before. But as you take a look at this, it makes a lot of sense how Leafeon is still one of the strongest Pokemon. High level ups, very fast because of Speedster, and of course making an impact. Let's look at Crash Out GG, which a little bit less accolades here, but still able to make a mark into the 3-3 bracket here. Mantree I, the Chinese word for love. We have Xiao. I'm sorry, I'm Chinese and I do not know how to read it. Xiao
Solony.
No, the one before that. Then we have Solony 187, Hamsikuk 61, and of course, Emote question mark.
Now,
yeah, you know what? This team really makes me crash out as well. I really cannot say the names for life for me. They figured out how to make every single thing for me to crash out. Let's look at their picks here. They have been actually rocking Latios here, but Tano, bring me through this.
I mean, not that strong of a win rate though, right? Despite the fact that they have been rocking it, and it is a good Pokemon. But this is why we had some conversations with some of the teams last week, or previous week. They were mentioned they're not that concerned about it in a 5 game setting where they're currently not struggling with it. But they do have this Greninja on the side of Crash Out GG that I absolutely love. They've got a 71% win rate on it, and it just seems to work for them, buddy. They go for that Water Shuriken build. They've used a little bit of Surf as well, but they've got the good secure and a good amount of damage. Now, one thing I do want to say to you, buddy, is we have on both teams 2 players that have Lucario as their most played Pokemon. By the way, we have OO, the Emote player, has 1.2k games on Lucario. And then we also have, I believe, Skull TT Bone with 1.5k games on Lucario. So you never know, the possibilities are endless.
Yeah, sorry, I had to mute my mic real quick there. But, I agree. We have to be quite rational about this. We can't be biased about it. But yeah, I agree that Lucario is a very good pick as a whole, and you know, we will potentially see him be played if not sometimes, then you know, whenever he can be picked up as a strong pick. In fact, I think one of the greatest things that Lucario can do is go to the backlines and harass. Now, flame me as a Lucario player, but I low-key think that close combat E-Speed technically really strong kit. Fly to the backline, hit the close combat, run away.
We have seen Lucario quite a bit in this league, buddy. Not on the casted games, maybe a little bit, but they have been playing it, have these teams, so you never know. This might be one as we have a look at the ban. Snorlax finally gets the treatment it deserves, and it's got that ban on board. So has Latios, and we do also see Charizard getting that ban treatment here so far as well. What's going to be the final one? I'm going to go with Raichu. Let's see what it's going to be.
I'm going to call Clefable, actually. I think Clefable is a really strong Pokemon, needs to be locked out, but no, we saw the pickups here, both teams locking in the Leafeon. I think it was a great call, especially since you're not first pick. Leafeon definitely deserves to go out.
I mean, fair play. It's such a strong Pokemon, and Pineapple do enjoy their early level up speedsters. Looks like Nils is going to lock in the Ho-Oh here, and you're going to continue to see this as the first pick in these games, buddy, because it takes a huge amount of damage to take that Pokemon on. Very good in the early game, and of course, having the capability of flying over untargetable areas, very strong.
Ooh, really like the start up here. Serena, one of the queens of top lane before, now coming back into play. I don't see the Lucario here, and with Tanzin picking up the Serena, I feel like it's not gonna happen. Lucario's not coming out, but Pineapple, I've got faith in you. might be my favorite team today.
You never know, buddy. I mean, I like to see the Blissey. I think the Blissey is usually banned. Actually, we see it banned a heck of a lot in the games at the moment. You can utilize both builds. You've got the eggs. You've also got the protects. And it is going to be Matry locking in the Greninja yet again for Crash Out GG, sticking with what works best for them here. I like the approach, but that Mewtwo Y is going to be difficult to catch.
I agree. So as we take a look here, first of all, we have a team that knows what's good. We have a team that understands. You know, I
think Nils was teasing you a little
Yes!
bit. Oh!
Yes! Oh, I'm so glad I'm casting week 7. Woo!
Oh,
No Crash
Nils,
Out.
we love you. We love you, buddy. We love you. What is Solony gonna lock on in here for Crash Out GG? They are up against a Speedster, but they have a pretty good front line already on the side of Crash Out. Is Solony gonna lock in the Absol? I think that would be a great pick to go for here. We have a pretty even comp across the board here, Nightera. It's 3-3 for both of these teams in records. What a game. What a set this is going to be.
I'm actually quite excited to see how Crash Out GG does in the long run. Now, when it comes to Zoroark versus Absol, I think it's a debate that has been quite long standing because both of them kind of fulfill the same roles. One is a little bit more mobile than the other, but Absol, being the less mobile one, I feel, has a lot more chase potential as compared to Zoroark's slipperiness. Now, play along with me here, Tano. Who do you think really comes out of this in terms of this competition, right? Absol can chase down Ho, Absol can chase down Mewtwo, yes. Zoroark can fly into what on the other side of the team? They're all like pretty, I wouldn't say slippery, but Greninja is kind of just like there. You could always catch him off. Suicune's pretty tanky, so Serena can heal. I'm not really sure what the end goal is.
Well, I think it's going to be one heck of a set, buddy. They are going to be brawling it on out. It is going to be a matchup of which Speedster can get out on top, which ranged attacker can get out on top. I will say that the Greninja is an impressive pick from Crash Out GG whenever they use it, and they do use it really well at not only getting secures on the objectives that they like to play for, but also for getting those picks on the important Pokemon like the Mewtwo Y, for example. So who knows how this game is going to go, but we're about to kick it on off with Pineapple here on our left side and Crash Out GG here on our right hand side.
Ooh, and I love how we're gonna start this off here. A strong pursuit coming into the fray. Again, we already know what the lineup is for the central area here. It was gonna be Absol versus Zoroark here. I think Absol's gonna have a fun time going in. He's gonna be faster in general, especially since he's no evolution, but it's gonna be remain hard to see. But once again, when you have 2 legendaries at one lane and the rest of your Pokemon are like evolution based, it's pretty obvious who's winning.
Yeah, it's not an easy task, is it, to try and win this lane? They have to try and get Hansi to Umbreon as soon as possible, but that ain't going to be an easy task. In the meantime, though, in the top side, this Suicune is going to put a lot of pressure onto Pineapple here, and if they can take away the level 5 from Lucario, that would be huge, but they don't there, and they do lock in that farm.
Ooh, and here we go, starting it off here. A great pickup. Lucario, unfortunately, running attack, which, as per normal here, level 4 has not much really you can do waiting for it. I like how there's 2 Absols there, and it's really obvious what the play is. So this Zoroark is gonna sit out, waiting for opportunity here, and that's gonna come in. I don't know, you see Absol here? Now you go in. This is the damage here. I love the fact that it's actually dishing out on multiple Pokemon at once here, forcing Absol to kind of just play a little bit lamer. Again, look at that chase potential, and unfortunately just didn't pick it up. And there he goes, the pickup onto 2 Pokemon here, a Steenie, and of course, what else can we say about Absol going down? And the third one coming in. Oh, not a third one, never mind. I jinxed it. That's on me.
Buddy, Pineapple just cooked him. Absolutely cooked him in that top side. We do have a good effort here from Suicune, but no, Lucario finds the KO, and we do have to shout out that Skull with a brilliant play, utilizing that illusion to work out where the Absol was. As soon as they realized that they went to Absol, they're going to be in that top pad, buddy. So what a smart way to work out what lane they'd gone into.
Right. And also, I think one thing to note here is that as we look into the positions of everyone here, Pineapple is really ahead of the game here. They are kind of like everywhere. And almost everywhere at once here. Lucario holding his ground here. It's going to be an interesting fight. Burns the E-speed twice here and a punch. Just not enough to really make any headways here. I'm kind of shocked that he's able to make it away and this Absol doesn't want to chase it down. But as we look into it here, Greninja finding his mark, somehow making it out with the help of a body block onto the Mewtwo's side. But enough said, as we do take a look into how they can continue to push this fight here. It's going to be first the Altaras before they go into any of the Regis. Pushing it forward here, looks like they're going to start it out. Lucario hitting at first E-speed, coming in back for here. Getting nicked out just like that from the trope. Pushing it back here, they have a lot of damage nicked on. And right now, Tano, I believe this is looking towards the favor of Pineapple, going on for the first KO and the second one coming from Lucario. Third one to Absol if the Blissey can make any headways with the help of Zoroark. There we go.
I love the wombo combo of Pineapple here, buddy. Lucario and Zoroark, they seem to just be dropping the damage and cleaning up each other's KOs. It's working so well for Pineapple, but so is this Greninja in the bottom path for Crash Out GG. They've managed to at least keep themselves in this early game because now they do have Water Burst Shuriken ready to go for the secure. They just need a little bit more assistance down here in the bottom lane because, yeah, Zoroark, they're on their way, buddy.
And it's looking really good for them in general as we do take a look now. They have positional advantage here. This Mewtwo is just going to start shredding onto the Registeel. Nicely done here. And not really much you can do here. This Ho-Oh, very tanky beast, finally getting felt by the Greninja here. But the life of one Pokemon is going to give them so much more EXP to work with here. And in fact, they got the KO before the Reggie went down, which means they don't actually get a good chunk of the EXP that they would have naturally gotten if it were leveled up.
Exactly, good point there, buddy. Skull, though, has managed to get a good ambush here onto the Umbreon, looking for the KO. The flames are coming through as well, but they managed to get away with 1 HP and a dream. Another body block for the side strike as Crash Out GG look for the farm that has just spawned on in. It is going to be a Bliss assistance, keeping Skull in this fight. Nightfall Days connects on 3 of them. Midnight Slash coming through as well, but they still haven't taken Zoroark as they get away with so much little HP. Pineapple have now dominated the top and bottom lane in this game.
They do not deserve to get away with this. Pineapple does not deserve to get away with that. Holy! Can't believe it. This Zoroark walked away with a slither of HP and a little bit of hair on his chest. Damn, that was crazy going for it.
It was a great effort, buddy, and this is just the power that Pineapple has with this comp right now. The Lucario is in your face, the Ho-Oh is in your face, and it allows Zoroark to go in and go around whatever area of the fight they want to do. And Crash Out GG, they can't pick the right target at the moment. They are going to be able to take Beach here. No, they're not, so close, but they're going to get away, and Beach is doing what they need to do to allow Pineapple to take the Lecky away.
And a beautifully done set as well. As they go into it here, look at the Altaras is going to be able to lock in from there. 3 E-speeds coming in here. A 4th one has the Queenie Ascender to come in. They try to pick damage out, and they were able to pick onto Lucario. That's why she is the queen of the top lane, at least for a good while. But as we go into that, here the Zoroark has the swipes coming in, trying to pick some damage out, but not enough. And look at the damage coming in from one hit of the Absol here. But unfortunately, going down here, it looks like they have to take a good trade back and forth. Now, again, tossing it out once again. The Zoroark is not relentless in the damage, pushing in Suicune, and now we have a level 12 Zoroark who's ready to prowl.
I go, wow, I mean, Skull is having an absolute field day in this game, buddy, but it does give you that confidence that you have to be wary of if you do end up overconfident as the Water Burst Shuriken looks to go in, and they do find Skull. And now 2 level 12 carries on either team here, buddy, as they look for more. Matris trying to see if they can find the Blissey. They're so weak at the moment, but they do get away. Side Strike is going to connect, and the flames from Beach is trying to hunt down this Greninja. Of course, the lower the health, the more damage it does, and now Pineapple goes on the retreat.
Ooh, and again, they're just making a way out of it just like that. Making some headways, pushing it back for it. And again, the offense is just relentless here. Unable to let go. It looks like Absol's picking up for one for the Ho-Oh here, and Busy going down as well. And there's just no one who can really stop them at this point.
Alright, Crash Out GG, buddy. I didn't doubt your game one bit. Aura Cannon comes through, but the damage is done, Night Terror. They've managed to get themselves back into this game. That score is completely irrefutable in these final few moments. It doesn't matter. The 40's going to rain on in. Actually, Crash Out GG are going to take the lead as we have 1 minute before that Rayquaza is on the field.
Ooh, and now again, let's look at the scoreboard here. 185 to 196 here. Lead going towards the side of Pineapple here, who has an average of actually high 11s, pushing 12s. On the other side here, an average of high 11s, pushing 12 as well here. But having two level 13s on both sides here on arguably core Pokemon, I think Crash Out has actually a lot better in terms of the range as well. So it's going to be a little bit rough for Pineapple if they don't have a way to go in, but haha, Zoroark.
This is going to be one heck of a Rayquaza fight. Pineapple in a very aggressive position. That does go into that T2 as well, but not that they're concerned about it. Absol, it looks like we're going to have a bit of a back cap off in this bottom lane, buddy, as Lucario makes an approach and Absol's ready to go to their own 2-2 as well.
I don't know if this is a good call. I really don't think so. It always starts with a random back cap, and then they have one less member. They're like, all right, we'll just push for the fight. Right? And don't mind the fact that there's a level 14 Greninja, obviously, right? Like, just let it happen, They got the score. Okay, let's see how they kind of play this out now. One less player on their team here who has to come into the fight here. They have to trade it with Absol here. Not a lot of ways to really make it work here. They're still very healthy. Crash Out is taking very little damage, all things considered, because the one who started the fight, Pineapple, going into the Rayquaza. In fact, they did quite a little bit of damage here. Again, first one coming in here, gets a hit onto it, but again, Zora is not up for the count. Lucario going onto the Greninja, once again chasing him down. And now the damage is going to be all onto this Mewtwo. Y, who has to try and make something work out of it. Again, absolutely looking very low here, pushing back for it. Ho-Oh going down for the count and taking a lot of damage. Gets the heal off, and there it is. Picks it up for one. Can we see the pickup here? Who finishes off is Flamethrower coming in. Blissey, last one standing here with his teammate, is unable to really do much here. Ho-Oh trying his best to save his Pokemon friends, but not enough. Lucario coming in. ESP 1, ESP 2, ESP 3. That's not picking out. Kunia Center coming in here to Ho-Oh, but finally the pickup onto the basic auto attack, and there it is. Now they have to try and find a way to make it work here. The number is in favor of Crash Out GG, who is traded 100 points each, which means, again, we are stuck in this loop. They have to find something here. Water Brush coming in here. They do pick out to Lucario finally, and there it is. A chance, a start. Mewtwo Y going in for the fight, trying to make some headways here as Umbreon slowly dishing it out. The hits, the knocks, not making any headways here, and there we go. 4-1. Has a lot of opportunity here, a little bit more. This Blissey could turn this around, picks it up, and no, Swing finishes it for Rayquaza here, and we are moving with Crash Out GG, pushing forward for a strong victory here.
What a fantastic Rayquaza fight we just had, buddy. I mean, I feel for your throat after that one, mate. But yeah, I mean, it felt like that fight would not stop. Crash Out GG found important KOs onto Pineapple, but then Pineapple managed to bounce back for a brief moment before Greninja showed face and found the important 2 KOs to get that victory for Crash Out GG. What a way for that first game to go, buddy. And I tell you what, I can't predict this set at all.
Oh, I really love how this panned out here as we take a look into the stat-wise. It's, again, such a crazy... I mean, it's not a landslide, right? When you get Rayquaza and everyone drops it in, technically it's a 500 point, right? 550 points, which doubles to 5 100 points. But let's take a look in terms of the battle data. That's always going to be the thing that kind of determines or gives you a good idea of how the game went out. In fact, we shouldn't see too much damage onto Absol here for ditching the damage, because all he's really doing is finishing the HP in one go. 38k, definitely normal. In fact, had quite a good amount of KOs here. Zoroark, however, on the other hand, is not a one-hit wonder, but a Pokemon that actually does damage as he goes through here, which very much shows in the 58k, not as high as you would think, but still definitely more than Absol. Of course, the breakpoints, very obviously, not too much to say. They were really matching tit for tat. But I think key highlights here, right? Greninja, trying to dish damage, hit 62k. Was definitely the damage dealer of the game, but I would say it wasn't really finding his mark onto Pokemon that really needed to be hit, right? I mean, Mewtwo Y was definitely far back. Lucario was already dishing and dashing, and in fact, we even saw Nils going onto Mastery at the very end of the Rayquaza fight there.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to find the 2 KOs that flipped that fight for them. And I think the thing is, many teams are not expecting to play against the Greninja, buddy. That's what's so interesting about the meta at the moment and what they're coming up against. But of course, Crash Out GG showing how important that Greninja can be to their team. I believe they've got like a 5-win streak against 2 losses on it currently. That will be like their 6th. So it is definitely a Pokemon that works for them. But do they have an alternative? Because you don't want to have that kind of easy block out, that easy ban that then Pineapple can make them have to rethink their entire strategy with as we get ready for this second game now, buddy. I don't know. I feel like that was a ridiculously close game throughout most of it. Skull was definitely difficult for Crash Out GG to handle. It seemed like Nils and Skull were paired together for Pineapple with Vida providing that assistance. That one of them was going to do most of the damage and the other one was just going to lock in the KOs, and that was really difficult for them to handle.
And I gotta be honest with you, Tano, I agree with exactly what you said there. And I guess that kind of gives you a good idea of what they can do moving forward here. It could have been a crash out for the side of Crash Out GG here, but Pineapple not really sticking onto that pizza this time, and then we're gonna see how they can turn this one back here. Now, I do kind of feel that maybe there is a precedence that you want to play Latios with a Pokemon with EXP share, right? Because I think his entire gimmick, if I'm not wrong, I was reading it, right? And it's the Eon Energy, right? Which is how many times can I hit a boosted auto if I want to play Dragon Pulse, or how many times can I hit Draco Meteor, which only starts at level 7, right? And at the end of the day, you are still a legendary Pokemon. You have the bulk stats early on. Question is, do you have the opportunity to stack fast? You only have 10 minutes in this game as compared to other MOBAs where it's ongoing and the timer never ends till the game ends. So I guess this kind of boils down to whether that's something they want to kind of play around with so they can beat the damage caps rather than trying to face off in terms of raw numbers, like playing speedsters and like potentially not being able to catch up. First one we're gonna see here, again, I think Leafeon is definitely a great ban going into it here, but I would love to see if there is another Pokemon they can pick up here, and that is probably going to actually be a potential boss wall. I think that is a Pokemon that needs to be banned, and I feel like it might get picked up here, and we will see something game-changing. Tano, follow me up on that one. What do you think is gonna get banned?
Well, I mean, no surprise the Ho-Ho is going to get banned here, buddy. I suspect we might see some of these Blissies and Snorlax continue to get banned. I'd be surprised with the Buzzwole. I think it would be a good shout. Suicune looks like Bido is going to take out of the game here. It's these Pokemon that either do a ridiculously great early game, like these speedsters that dominate, or the Pokemon that are so difficult to take down and cause a lot of CC to set up with the Suicune and the Ho-Hos and, the Psyducks, all those kind of Pokemon that you expect to see. So looks like the second ban hasn't been picked up by Crash Out GG though, and now we're gonna go with the first pick here.
Yet. Let me be very clear. Again, a very quick pickup here from Tanzim, who's going into the Greninja this time. I mean, just now we saw Tanzim onto Serena. Nice pick, early pick there. And I agree with that. The lineup here, the Greninja definitely was making its mark here, though I think it's a little bit slow. I would have definitely opted for something more tacked on, As we look into that though, no Charizard bans by the way, so we might see that. But I am hoping to see a Latios pick up here. Again, very strong Pokemon both sides. I think that it's something worth exploring, especially since both the slots are open.
Yeah, and hey, we're in league play, so it is the kind of arena for you to actually try out these kind of Pokemon. It's so interesting that Crash Out GG have locked in Tanzin's Greninja so early because, of course, it just means that you're definitely going to have the risk of being counterpicked. But look at the... okay. Right, we just had production confirm that there is going to be a redraft. I believe we've had a couple of issues. Porygon has come back. Nitero is still dealing with that infection that's going on. But I saw the Cramorant and I was like, are we going to have that? Because that would be amazing.
I would love to see a Cramorant. Also, can I just talk? There is apparently a new battle pass. The Beach Dress Set event pass. And I gotta say, again... Actually, both the guy and like the female male outfits are pretty banger. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I've seen an outfit where I'm like so down to like do either. Like it's so cool. Sorry.
So I mean, some of the holoware in this game is pretty good. My favorite though, and it's literally just a blue holoware. I mean, I do love the Gengar spacesuit. I think that's the best one in the game. But my favorite is literally just either the beach holoware for Absol or the I think it's called Sacred Style for Absol. It's just a blue one, but it looks so cool. I'm like, I love it.
No, see, you're talking about holoware. I'm talking about trainer rare.
Oh,
I'm,
the
I'm lit-
trainer wear.
Yeah, I
Okay,
just saw
okay,
there's
fair
a
play.
beach battle pass, and I think like it's so banger, the white and yellow. I'm so sorry. I just have. I was looking up Latios and Latias. To be very fair, it just happened that I'm looking at the battle pass. It's just really
I stuck
nice.
with the same outfit I've had since the game came out, and it's
Oh, yeah,
just
same.
a sporty outfit. I'm happy with that. Although I do like, if you don't equip any shoes, you get these like white plimsolls that look pretty cool. So
Oh yeah, there is.
give that a go, guys. It looks pretty cool.
So out of curiosity, have you got Latias yet?
I do not. I will be waiting for these Pokemon to drop on coins. I think I've just picked up. Wait, is it Latias? I think I did just pick up Latias, or is it Latios? I always get them confused.
Do you get the blue one or the red one?
I got the blue one.
A Latios.
Latios. Laviosa.
Latios. I knew it. Someone was going to make the joke, and it was going to be us. I'm so glad we did it.
If it's gonna be anyone, it's gonna be us, buddy.
It's gotta be us.
But it is fun. I know why we're not seeing it in these games, but I think it struggles in a 5-stack tournament setting. I don't think people struggle with it as much as you would expect. I mean, I asked Ultimate, we had an interview with them a couple of weeks ago, and they were like, yeah, we're not bothered about it. We don't consider it to be a threat. We're confident against it. So it's quite an interesting approach, that it's more of a sort of solo queue, duo queue monster rather than a tournament valuable mon.
But I think that's the thing, right? Like any mod that you play that has a gimmick, if you're not playing the gimmick, it's pretty painful to say the least. And one of those things that I have to point out is that Latios's gimmick, I would say Latios is the main one, the blue one, because like he has this infinite stacking potential, right? Assuming you don't have a timer, technically it's infinite. Is that Latios has the ability to stack damage. That's his first gimmick. His second gimmick is the fact that he can actually do something that Hoopa technically does, which is to go to another lane really quickly. You can fly to Latias with his ability if Latias is in the game as well. And so you kind of want to play both of them. And Latias is probably the mon you play with EXP share, right? So you kind of want him to be in the same lane as well. So not only are you kind of sacrificing that ability early on, which you can trade it off later, because you know you'll be in different lanes, but also you have to pick an extra slot onto another mod that might not be as good. And I cannot tell you honestly now if Latias is good. I haven't played it. I just know that Latios has infinite stacking potential, and technically that means he's good.
Well, you never know. We may get it here, but as we look at these picks coming on through, no surprises with the bans. It will be Charizard coming onto the field and Crustle after how incredible
yes.
we saw that Pokemon in
Yes.
Worlds. I'm excited to see it here for Pineapple. I would like to see the Latias Latios matchup as well, mate. I think it would be cool to see that in a game and how it affects the game.
Latias. I'm pretty sure you just lane Latios and Latias together no matter what. And basically, if you sack the Latios at any time, he can just fly back into the lane very quickly. I believe that is the plan. I could be wrong, but hey, you know what? There's a reason I'm here. I'm not playing.
Yeah, there's a reason we're casters and not players. But
No,
What
we're washed up. It's different. We had our time.
Pineapple, bro, Pineapple are gonna bring out the Zorak Comfy. They do this when they are back in a corner, bro.
Latias. Come on.
It ain't
Get me
happening,
out.
mate.
Yes,
I think
get
you gotta
Latias
accept
out.
it. Nope, Sword Doggo
Count.
and Ghost Puppet is coming into play anyway. I actually like the Mimikyu pick here, but yeah, it's Zorak Comfy, bro. That's an EU player's nightmare.
Whew. Let's see the other side here. Going in for that. What a lad. Whew. We know who's winning. It's Pineapple. They had Lucario on the other side just now with Crash Out, of course. Pineapple. Wait, hold on. Huh. I retract my statement. Could be a pretty bad game.
I don't know. I feel like I like the Charizard. I think that's going to be good coming into these team fights. But of course, Matri is there to shut down those really important Unite moves. Going to be very good to play with me, the Charizard.
I believe in the Lucario. I believe in it. I mean, Pineapple has gone one and failed, but warm-up games. you know? We're gonna see
I
that.
mean, wouldn't surprise me if this is it does go to game 3, mate. Both of these two teams are just incredibly close. So it's going to be a good one. I'm kind of putting I'm excited to see what Solony can do on this Latios. I think we haven't seen it much, and teams haven't struggled with it much. But with what they're coming up against here on the side of Pineapple, it could be really important.
Oof, you're absolutely right on that. Let's take a look whether this is going to be the way things go, right? I am excited to see if, again, Lucario is the harbinger of, destruction for a team. Because, I mean, it was supposed to be Absol, but, statistics don't lie. If Lucario does go into this game and they lose, like, I have to talk shit about my mod. And I'm not ready to do that. Let's see if this infinite stacking from Latios can make something happen. Oh, now I'm confused as well.
Right. Why did they do this to us, bro? It's so frustrating.
It makes sense, okay? It's like a twin name thing, but like, just why? Nice pickup here from the Dwebble. I love how he used the rock slide to manipulate the situation here, and this is a strong start here. Daddy sitting out with 1 stack onto his name, but looking a little low. Nice full heal there. Beautifully done.
I love the Crystal pick here. Let's see if they can get an early evolution onto it from Beach as we try and see if we can continue with that. In the top side though, Nils, they're getting pretty weak. Saw Doggo trying to be too much of a threat, but they do get themselves back to the pad. And honestly, keep an eye on Bida here. They are an incredible comfy player, and they do so well at being able to keep most of the players up on their team in a fight, buddy. It's going to be great to see Pineapple going into these team fights.
Oh, it's a beautiful start here again. Solony is going in, trying to dish damage here. I do believe that is telekinesis, and it means it's likely going to be no, that's going to increase his movement speed, right? And as they push in for this here, they still have Lapras to actually give them a little bit of express later on. So it's looking pretty good here. A nice start here, pushing it away. Unfortunately, did not get the KO onto the Charmander. I love how Lapras moved down so the entire team would actually follow him, and the Zoroark moved away. And then opened up Charmander. That was a great start, just not enough damage.
Now they've got Crystal on the field. The cake is ready to go as Nils looks for the KOs, but he finds the chance. He looks for that the Zacian, but they don't go for it at that moment. But that is huge for Pineapple. They've managed to alleviate their levels, and they're taking the lead with it as we see Skull going on in here, looking to see if they can find Mimikyu, and that's exactly what they do. Bida hops on off, tries to take the hits coming in from that Latios to protect Skull, and they do manage to get themselves just on out of there. What a great effort from Pineapple.
Oop, and here he goes, the start of it again. This Lapras again stuck all alone. Thank goodness the wall is gonna slide down just for that. But right now it looks like Sony is still stacking it up here. Not at level 7 yet, so the Aeon energy does not actually start just yet. But hey, with that being said, though, he's in a great position here. Now picking himself up here, and unfortunately no damage being dealt to Lapras. Such a tanky Pokemon. But is able to get a few more stacks in for himself here with another score.
Charizard's on the field now, buddy. They don't have that Unite move just yet, but they are ready to go on in and headbutt anyone that they see in their way. Pineapple are beginning to get a bit of a stranglehold on this game right now. Can Skull get themselves out, though? Got to watch out from Solony coming in with that Latios. They do manage to back on up, but the basement Reggie is about to spawn on in. It is here. Crash Out GG looking to see if they can get a little bit of zone in here, utilizing that Lapras. Going up against the wall, that is the Crustle, but they're looking for the KOs as Skull comes through, and they do find it. Daddy Leon finds the KO, and now they're going to go for the rip on the Reggie. Steel, Crash Out GG, can't get close enough. They do take the Regieleki, but this is going to be Pineapple with even more experience on the field, Nightera.
And it's a beautiful start going into it, and I love how they're going to push this one out. It's only a few points into the game as well. 105 breaking the bottom path here, and we're going to see if they can continue this advantage here. Regieleki going in, barely going in here. I mean, I have made it go in before with a Delphox Fire Spin, but past times. As we go into it though, it looks like we're trying to look for another KO for themselves here as Zoroark pushing in for it and dish the damage. This Puppet is going down first from Lucario here, and again this Zacian onto it as well, who just barely makes it out with a little bit more extra HP here, but again, with a little bit of the Comfy's healing here. He was able to make some headways here, but first going with Solon, he's able to give a little bit of a payback onto Zoroark here. Charizard coming in a Seismic Slam here and picks it up onto Solon. Again, chasing it down. That's a second one to his name. This dragon knows no bounds, and he's even a dragon type.
I mean, that is the power of the Seismic Slam, buddy. They're just so hard to deal with when you're already quite weak. And yeah, Crash Out GG had a fantastic response there, managing to take down Zoroark and, of course, the Comfy. But Pineapple, they rebound, and they rebound quick, buddy. They find KOs, they find the points. Still not able to score much on the side of Crash Out GG. That 20 points on the board, that came from the Regieleki. They just want to brawl this out and find the experience, but Pineapple will not let them get it.
And this is going to be a bit of a problem here. I do see that this Comfy has this launch himself from Zoroark here, a bit of an eject button, so to speak here. I mean, if you are nothing without my healing, you do not deserve me. And of course, right now, it looks like he's all good on his own here, almost like a Spider-Man reference right there.
Ayo.
Ayo.
I mean, Baidu is so good on this Comfy though. They do such a good job at being able to keep everybody up in a fight. They hop off to take damage themselves to protect their teammates from going down. Nils
what a call.
alone up here. They do manage to catch them in that buff, buddy, as they come on through, looking to see if they can utilize those Unite moves. Sovereign Sword connects. We also see the Eon Blast coming through as well. And that's going to be enough. There's the Seismic Slam. We do also see the Lapras Express, but it's not going to do enough here as they try and chase down the Charizard, but they get 2 KOs for their effort anyway. Daddy Leon refuses to go down as Lapras tries to chase them, but Pineapple with a great defense on that T1 that does eventually get broken, and Crash Out GG trying to catch up in this mid game here.
And it's a great start moving for them. And right now, we're going to see him try to dish damage into it here. Knows that there's no reason to even bother with this useless Lapras here. Just a tanky wall that has some level of disruption here. But as we do take a fight here, this Regieleki is looking very low. It could be the end here. Aura Cannon connecting and finishing it off onto the Regieleki. Beautifully done. Dashing the damage out. This Lapras is looking down to his last legs here. And the Fire Punch to connect as well to help it out. Zoroark picks it up for 1. Soloni back onto the field here as he gets picked up by the Zoroark here for the very end. With 1 more to his name here. Zacian holding the sword has to put it down to the Lucario.
What a beautiful penta for Skull there, and they also had Lucario finding their own KOs as well. Pineapple have well and truly put a stomp on this game so far. But as we say that, Night Terror, we do have Rayquaza coming on up in about a minute's time. And looking at the score, it is still well within Crash Out GG's reach. They just need more levels, and finding that Zoroark there will be massive for them as they take down Bida as well. It's a level 13 Zoroark, and they just need a little bit more levels on the side of Crash Out GG. If they can take down the Charizard, that will be massive. Looks like they're going to be able to find the Crustle here as well. It's all about whether they can get the level 14 Dragon coming their way now. They do score plenty of points, leaving that goal up on the 6, and now they go for the retreat. Crash Out GG are back in this game.
And I love the fact that they just try to make something work from this. Again, they locked into the, I believe it was Luster Purge and Dragon Pulse here, which is a great lineup of moves to kind of like lock yourself in. Because every single time you get a boosted auto onto a opposing Pokemon, or you take a Pokemon Camp, it gives you Eon Energy, which is great because it's constantly stacking, right? All you need to do is just kind of press the A button onto the enemy, and somehow you just get more damage, just like that.
A button presses, bro. That's what we like to see. We don't have any Cinderaces here, but we do have this Latios ready to do exactly that. I mean, looking at these levels, though, it's a scary sight for Crash Out GG. Level 15 Charizard on the side of Pineapple, alongside that level 14 Zoroark as well. And they have a Comfey, able to hop onto both Pokemon and provide a huge amount of healing with their own Unite move. So it is a mountain to climb here for Crash Out GG, but they've got the Unite resource. The economy's ready to go, just waiting for the first team fight to kick off.
And as you take a look into that, though, this Rayquaza being very aggressive here, you know, enraged by the Pokemons around him here. It's gonna be a 6-member of someone's team. I don't know who's one, but as he started off here, it looks like Crustle's taking a massive amount of damage here. Triggering being activated here, trying to start a fight, but to no avail here. They just kind of slowly ticking him down, seeing if he can make some plays here. None of the Twisters are hitting and latching onto anyone here. And I don't like how this Charizard is just kind of out in the open. He's trying to get and bait a response, but at the cost of his damage and of course Seismic Slam. I'm not sure if it's a good call. Fire Punch comes in here, they do just damage, just Sacred Sword pushing in for it, and of course Aura Cannon committing into the Zacian. Nice pickup here, coming to the side. Of course we do see the play with me into the BBQ, and there the damage is dealt. Charizard finishing it off here and dishing the damage here. The slam has been connected but is not finishing off anyone just yet. But Soloni goes down for the count here as now this Blissey is chased away. A nice level of skills being laid onto it here, but Zoroark is going to start the fight here. Lapras, last one remaining here, really can't do much, but he can definitely try his best.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to see if they can sneak in for the final hit on Rayquaza. Not that Beach is going to allow them to do so. And it is going to be Skull that finds that final hit. Buddy, we predicted it. We are going to end up going to a Game 3 for the second set tonight as Pineapple reigns in these Hundo Burgers and gives themselves Game 2.
No, Tano, it's just me and you. It has to be me and you for this game to keep happening. It is just normal, right? And with that being said, though, Pineapple and Fresh Out holding on to the score of 1-1. But I don't know, it's looking real close. And the common denominator in all of this is that, you know, that was Lucario in both games. And honestly, I think really the Absol was the problem. You know, the harbinger of these disasters. And right here, we do see it very clearly. But I will say that Danny Leon should really stick to his champion Pokemon. This Charizard here, dishing massive damage at 88,000 damage. In comparison to Soloni, who has infinite damage stacking, by the way, only 73,000.
Only? I mean, that's 33% of the team's damage, bro. I mean, I do want to know, though, because, yes, they have done a decent amount, but I felt like Pineapple were managing to find KOs on Soloni all the time. It felt like Skull was managing to break through those lines and find those KOs. So kind of goes back to what we were saying, but it feels like this Latios does struggle in these 5-stack games.
Right, and I agree with you because at the end of the day, it kind of causes you to not really do much of stacking at all, if any. Right, every second that you don't hit an auto attack, even if we assume every auto attack is like a second to activate, right? That means 2 auto attacks into a boosted. Every second lost. If you get KO'd for 30 seconds, you just lost 10 boosted autos, 10 Eon energy. You can see how this slowly piles up. And I agree with you on that. 73k is not exactly a small feat, but when you're comparing to a Charizard who is dishing out consistent damage just by pressing like 3 buttons, A, maybe an L, and then an R, the problem kind of like sorts itself out, right? Maybe you just don't play Latias. Maybe you just play Charizard.
I think the Charizard is I mean, we usually see it banned, but it's that important. I say it every week. It doesn't matter if Charizard's moves are any good. Whilst that Unite move is the way that it is, and it's quite a low cooldown, by the way, whilst it is that strong, Charizard is always going to be a great pickup. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the ban on Charizard here from Crash Out GG, unless they have a player that will be comfortable playing it, because it's very important Pokemon in the meta at the moment.
And I guess that is kind of how we're gonna take a look into the games moving forward, because at the end of the day, I guess it really comes down to, am I going to be picking out this Charizard now? And we did see it being banned in 2 maps, right? So very clearly there is a precedent to say that, of course, Charizard is one of the strongest Pokemon in the game. So let's see if the bans come into play here. I'm not sure if Zoroark is the call, but definitely is a problem for them, and I guess it's an okay call to ban it. But I think Charizard has been the bigger player in this picture and should be called off.
I think what it is that Zoroark is one of the most difficult speedsters to handle. It is, especially when you have a player who's very good on it, like Skull. It's awful, buddy. So maybe banning the Comfey would have been smarter, because of course that's the enabler for a lot of these Pokemon, especially the Charizard and the Zoroark that we saw in the previous game. But no, they're going to go with the Zoroark and the Leafeon here, taking out the speedsters. Pineapple are going to go for the CC heavy Pokemon with the Ho-Oh and the Suicune. What's going to be first pick here, Nightera?
Lucario.
Yeah, facts. Take it away from Nils. Go for the Lucario. No, instead,
Damn.
they do go for the Dragon.
Oh, it's GG, man. It's GG. Did not pick Lucario. LLL.
Now, what I will want to say is that a huge shout out to you, bro, because nobody else agrees with me that Charizard is a dragon. Like, yes, it isn't a dragon type, but look at it. It is a dragon.
It
right?
has wings, it flies, its shape has literally the size of a dinosaur, and it spits fire. What do you want from me, man? It's a dragon.
It's absolute facts. And of course, the Mega does get the dragon typing, right? So, yeah, I mean, let's see what Crash Out GG are going to do here. Maitri, they could lock in this Greninja again. It's strong pick for them. Looks like they're going to do so. What's Hamzy going to bring out onto the field? We've seen a little bit of Wigglytuff. Will we see it here? Yes, we do.
That is crazy. One of the things that I would feel like the new generation of Pokemon Unite players don't know is that Wigglytuff has a really cool passive where if you hit him, you are like taunted to walk into him for a split second. And that could be game changing. Imagine you're Urshifu and you hit him and you're like, I need to press my Unite. And you just cannot. It is devastating. So, I mean, it's a very small thing in the comparison of every other Pokemon now, but it is considerably game breaking. You know, it is game losing situation sometimes.
Bro, it's also a 10-second cooldown on that passive, which is ridiculous. You have it for every single team fight. You have it multiple times in a team fight. It is a ridiculously strong passive, but Aristar is going to bring out the Goodra. What am I witnessing here? That is the one defender we don't get to see that much of, but I'm pretty hyped for it.
It's the ice cream truck Pokemon. Don't tell me that wasn't the first thing you thought about when you first pressed its Unite move or ever heard it.
Oh yeah.
There's no way.
Oh yeah, facts, mate. Right as rain, right as ice cream, bro.
But I am going to call out this one thing here. I did mention that Buzzwole just now was going to be a very effective Pokemon in this fight. And so I think you can see that my allegiance goes to Crash Out GG running this. And at the end of the day, I feel like, honestly, especially with this lineup, right? You have Buzzwole come in to pull out one Pokemon, right? It's either going to be the Raichu, or you kind of force the Zacian to come into a secluded area where Secret Sword is just not very potent, and force him to press the button, because at the end of the day, he kind of needs to fight you anyways. That could be the gameplay. And in fact, maybe this Buzzwole situation just feels very specific to this right moment, and that's the only reason why this match will go into their favor. But I feel like Crash Out GG has a pretty strong lineup.
I don't know how Solani is going to be able to catch Skull or Daddy Leon though, Nitera. I think Mew and the
Just comment
Raichu,
the eject button.
It's got to be right. And even then, I don't know. Definitely good at brawling Nils and probably Beach as well. So I do like the pickup, but the maneuverability that Pineapple have in this team is ridiculously good, especially if Nils goes for Metal Claw as well. They have pretty much maneuverability throughout the entirety of their comp here. So I like that play because that's one thing that Crash Out GG are going to struggle with.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you on how this is gonna kind of pan out. But again, at the end of the day, we're the casters, not the players. Could be entirely different, you know. I mean, we just theory craft. We hope it happens, and it happens. We look like really cool people. At the end of the day, we're gonna see if this tackle can clean this one up. Nice pickup here, and again, it's going to be Mew, Snorlax at the bottom here against a Goomy, and of course our lone Frog Froakie at the other side. But that being said, here it looks like they're getting a lot of damage sustained here. I do not know this Goomy can walk away scot-free. Oh, somehow! What a lad!
X-Speed to the rescue, but he hit the Nitrous, got himself back to that pad. In the top side, though, we're going to have a battle for the level 5 between those two all-rounders. Zacian does manage to find the Jigglypuff, but Charmeleon has arrived, whilst Raichu is here in the bottom path. The E-Balls are raining on through. The Goomy goes back to the Pokemon Center, and Pineapple have found victory in the bottom path, finally.
That is disgusting how the Electric Ball is just sitting there. I've never seen Alolan Raichu does his thing, but wow, that is not funny. Holy mama. As they go into the door.
Buddy.
Yeah, okay, I guess I know why now. Alright, the Electric Surfer comes in here and is dishing a damage. Honestly, one of my favorite Alolan variants, but you know what? Despite that, looks like it's actually dishing a lot of damage and not allowing Charizard, soon to be Charizard, to go in. Assuming a Charmander is going with the Fire Punch instead of the Flamethrower Fire Blast, it is going to be tough. And I think I like the call on the Alolan Raichu there.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I won't agree with is that the Alolan Raichu is ugly, bro. I do not like the Alolan Raichu.
I can respect that.
Is the Cubone. I think the Alolan Marowak is just absolutely stunning. But yeah, OG Raichu, way better than this that we've got here. Come on.
Oh, I'm not saying Raichu is ugly or like bad. I just think that's a cool idea to have here. Sleepy Surfboard Man, you know, a little bit tan. But as we see the damage being dished out here, the only thing getting tanned is the HPs on this Pokemon as it goes slowly being shred from blue to red. And right there, one pickup on the side, going into Wigglytuff, pushing forward here. Skull, great positioning, has the Electro Pulse set up, and again, what a disgusting saw trap, so to speak. You want to come? Come to me. Hit me.
That's it. It's so difficult because you've got Sacred Sword going down by Nils. You've got Electro Ball going down by Skull. No matter where you approach in this game as Crash Out GG, you are getting a huge amount of damage onto you when you go into that fight. Good Heavy Slam comes out from Snorlax there, but a lot of that farm does get taken by Crash Out GG. They have got these evolutions online, Naito. They've got the Greninja, they've got the Charizard, but they need Unite moves and they need them quick.
Right. Right now, though, the only one that's contesting for Unite moves here is Mew and Alolan Raichu here. Of course, the latter not as important with the Mystical Barrage, but again, is Alolan Raichu does nick into that level 9. It's gonna be a tough fight, and I'm seeing a lot of problems with Crash Out GG just kind of playing around waiting for opportunity here. First fight coming in here, they do have the pickup onto the Regirock, which means evolutions, rather levels, are going to be stacked into their favor. Cycling Sign comes in here, and they're going to be able to dish the damage here. First coming in, the Regieleki is finishing up here, and this Dragon is soaring and skying all over the place here, not allowing them to really make any headways. Good slam coming in here from the boss wall here, another stack for a hit.
Now we have a game on our hands, buddy. Very close in the scores, very close in the levels. I mean, the amount of resources Crash Out GG had to use to take down Snorlax there was a bit ridiculous as they look for the hits, and they do find Greninja with a boosted from Daddy Leon. This Mew is so impactful in the games that we witness, buddy, and they are going to go on in looking for the Buzzwole as well. There comes the boosted. They do manage to find a Hooper. The Swole Slam doesn't connect, though. They break some ankles there as the Thunderstorm Aerial comes through as well.
Ooh.
And Pineapple are finding the KOs onto Crash Out GG. They have to retreat from the fight.
Man, I think they can call themselves pancakes after that one. That Heavy Slam cleaning it up. Beautifully done right there. But this fight's going to be very detrimental to them if they choose to continue fighting. It's 3 Mons that are either very squishy and have high damage, or 1 Mon that has like high HP and no damage against a Charizard. Not really a good sight. Charizard, again, one of the hot hitters in this match here at level 10, but in the last match, we saw him very fast, you know, scaling in terms of levels. So right now, the question remains, how can he replicate that success?
Yeah, I feel like it's going to come down yet again to this experience, to these levels as they go into these team fights, buddy. This is going to come down to that Rayquaza, and you see that both teams are putting importance on both lanes right now. It seems like Pineapple haven't got their team down here for this bottom Reggie. Crash Out GG have spotted that. They've got the vision, and they're going to go on to this pad, trying to see if they can zone out Daddy Leon here. Runs past Hamzy and just dives on in to look for these KOs. Goodra gets themselves into the bush for that passive to work. Right as Rain comes through as well, but it is going to be Mystical Mirage from you that stops some of that damage going to Pineapple, and now they find the KO. Trying to get the rip onto the Registeel here. Good block comes out from Snorlax to block that coming through. Thunderstorm Aerial is going to connect, but it's going to be a 2 KO for the Greninja. Slam? There's the Swole Slam, buddy, and a Seismic Slam comes through as well, and that's going to clean up the rest of Pineapple. Crash Out GG are going to come out on top with the Registeel until Beach goes on in. Doesn't find it. Charizard does. Crash Out GG are taking the lead.
That was a very close one. I swear, I thought the Heavy Slam was going to connect and finish it off, but thank goodness, Pineapple does pick himself up. And, well, it was a good try.
It was a good try, buddy. 181 points to 97 right now. Crash Out GG managing to sneak themselves the lead. And they've got levels as well. We were talking about it. Level 12 Greninja and Charizard. They're going to continue to rein in points. Again, another game 3 is going to come down to this Rayquaza battle, mate.
Ooh, it's going to be a tough one here. They're going to keep trading in terms of damage here, and Aristar missing 1 power ring could be detrimental to him. The Electro Ball connecting and finishing off. Again, Crash Out GG going up to the top side here and picking themselves up for the Regieleki as well, which means they've got 2 objectives for the side of Pineapple's 1.
And that is how you win Pokemon Unite, buddy. Going for those objectives. Trying to get the 40 in here is Solanee. But again, it's going to be the power of Daddy Leon that comes in and disrupts that from happening. Pineapple are going to defend this Lecky that is pushing their T2. Crash Out GG are trying to decide if they want to go for it or not. At least show face so that the push can go onto that T2 pad. But Daddy Leon's not fallen for it. They've gone to that pad to defend it, mate.
But right now, as we take a look at the scoreboard here, 183 to 97. Again, still double the points. Not much has changed from there, but it definitely looks like Aristar is going to be locking himself down for this here. And there it is, all she wrote. Not in the bush anymore, means does not have the additional healing capabilities from her passive. Goodra, stuck in the corner here, has to play this very, very slow game of Pokemon Unite, going back to the Pokemon Center and running back onto his team.
So, it does seem like in these team fights, Pineapple is managing to get the wins, but points-wise, it's all Crash Out GG so far. Levels-wise, more on the side of Crash Out GG as well, although we've just had 2 level 13s on the side of Pineapple. They are going to get the Reg Ice as free real estate for Crash Out GG. It's going to be a good health buff coming into this Rayquaza fight, but Pineapple, oh boy, they're ready and they're raring to go.
That is a disgusting setup coming into it here. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. Electro Ball comes in, is sitting down there. And a nice bait for the Snorlax, but they're not taking it. They're not taking it. The smart play there.
They know these bushes are going to be littered with Electro Ball. It's why it's Goodra going in and waiting to see if they can take that away. They are just waiting for that team fight to break on through. We see the Greninja and Buzzwole in the bottom lane here, looking to see if they can get themselves a flank. If they can pick up the Hooper, that will be a huge difference in this fight. Right now, though, the range attack is coming through from the Mew. The rip onto the Rayquaza is coming in from that Zacian as well. Trying to see if they can isolate this Raichu. They're not able to. They rain on through with the Song and Dance, buddy. The rip on Rayquaza is here. Who's going to take it? It's going to be Crash Out GG. The Buzzwole takes the Raichu. They find the Rayquaza with Greninja, and now Crash Out GG can rein in more points and win this with a 2-1 victory.
And beautifully set as well, moving in for it. Crash Out GG also has the HP recovery, so at any point if Pineapple wanted to take a fight, you have to remember Crash Out GG can slowly just sit back for a while and get free healing from that. It was a very tough fight for Pineapple to turn this around here, and again, they were just so aware of the situation. Like, they didn't even walk into the bush to check. They were like, you know what, Electro Ball, right? Such a call out for Crash Out GG onto Pineapple here. Honestly, I cannot fault them for having a win of this. It's definitely very well played from them, and I do not think that there's a way they can turn this around.
Now, listen, Niter, I got an interesting fact from production. So we have had, what, this is the 6th game that we've had on broadcast today.
Yes.
So the previous week, we had one game where we had 3 Reg Ices in one game. It was the trifecta of Reg Ice that we finally got. We have only just had one in today's broadcast. Everything was a Registeel or a Regirock. That's the first Reg Ice of today.
Damn, that is interesting to say. Statistical anomaly aside, I mean, potentially with another potential 6 games to go, we might not even see a single Reg Ice, for the duration. Fun fact, as we're talking about the pronunciations of Regi Ice / Reg Ice, Pokemon has finally come out from Worlds to confirm. Mind you, I used to cast for regionals, right? And they also were like, this is how you pronounce a Rayquaza, right? Rayquaza. I now that they've officially announced it for everyone, I'm just like, no. No, in my heart it's Rayquaza. Like it's not Rayquaza, it's Rayquaza.
It's Rayquaza.
Rayquaza. We had to make the joke a second time, didn't we?
It's gotta be done, buddy. As we have a look at these stats, Aristy taking plenty of damage. So was Pineapple's defender as well. But looking at these stats, buddy, we got all 3. We got the Regirock, the Registeel, and the Reg Ice. The Reg is showing face in this game today.
Oh, and it's not looking great as a whole as we take a look at it. Again, the Buzzwole being there, okay, look, I'll be honest with you, I don't think the Buzzwole was the winning factor. Prediction half right though. Prediction half right. You know, had the Buzzwole there, they won with the Buzzwole, and I told you it was gonna be that. In fact, the only reason why Pineapple didn't win was really obvious. I'll let you guess first before I say anything.
Bro, If you mention Lucario one more time, I swear down. I swear down. No, I mean, we've seen Lucario lose. We've seen Lucario win. The only answer is Gengar. It's got to be. So, on that absolute, bombshell, we are going to head to a quick break while we get the next game set up for you, chat. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We'll be back with you very shortly. Hello trainers and welcome back. We have our next set ready and raring to go. Cafe Du Martin versus Plus Ultra. Yet again, another fire set, Nightera. Do we think game 3 for this one?
You know, just to keep the trend up, I would like to see all our games go to game 3. But also, I just want to put it out there. I have an appointment at 9 a.m. It's 3:08 a.m. I'm probably not gonna get any sleep if this is the case. But let's figure it out. Okay, 3 games each. Cafe Du Martin. Let's look at the lineup here. Cascade has won the Gamers Assembly in 2025. The Backpay has top 8 in his regionals here. Also joined the Gamers Assembly here, hitting top 3. We have Ultimate. Fresh, clean record here. Is gonna make a name for himself here today. Azlito, who's also won the Gamer Assembly. All of them has got some accolade in the Gamer Assembly. Voxshow, top 8 regionals. Strong lineup, all the same. Let's see how they go. Right.
Yeah, pretty impressive team, buddy. They're currently 5-1, I believe, record-wise, so they're very comfortable in that winners side of the league. As we have a look at their strongest picks here, is it any surprise that, yet again, Speedsters are paving the way? The Dodrio that we haven't seen any of at all is here, 85.7% win rate, but they also love these all-rounders that they dominate on Nightera. A very well-rounded team in Cafe Du Martin.
Right, and I love how they're gonna be potentially picking up the Leafeon again. One of the most common picks across the board here. Now, Plus Ultra on the other side here, we have Max RG, regional top 12 winner, top 6 in his monthly. Riku 7, also a regional top 12 in his area, top 6 in the monthly. Atrax, sub at the Worlds for Yalla Bingo. Now that's a team I haven't heard in a long while. Dwayne, top 12 in UCS 2025, and Fabo, who is our top 6 in his regional in 2023, even have accolades all the way up to 2025 here, being the top 6 of his regionals as well this year.
Can't forget that cringe Zera aura on the team as well. And, I mean, having said that, we don't see that much of it as we have a look at their strongest picks here. Plus Ultra, they like to throw it on out with the Hooper, 71.4% of a win rate, but the rest of it is struggling. Of course, they have a record of 1-5 coming into today, which is crazy. They are a very strong team, but it just shows how strong this league really is.
And I definitely love to see how this is gonna pan out here. Cafe Du Martin versus Plus Ultra. I believe the scoreline is just reversed, right? 5-1 and 1-5. It's gonna be interesting to see how this pans out here. I mean, again, we did say this is a very stacked tournament, right? And so I don't expect it to be a 2-0 sweep, to be very honest. And I'm saying this at a detriment of my potential health and appointment later, but 3 games, not impossible. I think it is absolutely possible that Plus Ultra will put up a very strong fight here. First lineups here, we are going to see 2 of the most tankiest Pokemon in the game being banned. I do believe Blissey is actually one of the tankiest with the highest HP, and Snorlax is along the ballpark of at least top 8. Then we have the ever-mentioned Suicune Ho-Oh bot lane being banned, and I think that is crazy, because that means we have lineups for Psyduck to come into play here with maybe a Mamoswine.
Yeah, I mean, Latios, we've got these really strong picks from the get-go here. Blaziken's open, Raichu's open, Psyduck is open. It's going to be interesting to see how Plus Ultra want to answer, knowing that Ultimate is going to bring that Pokemon out. This is one of the upsets that I was looking forward to today. I really hope Plus Ultra put up a good effort against Cafe Du Martin. They are a strong team. They just haven't had things go their way in the final few moments of Rayquaza Nightera.
Not to shame Dwayne, but I saw that he cashed in Pokemon Unite because I saw the Magikarp, the portrait change, and I get that notification every day. Damn! Sorry, just want to note that out. Not to shame anyone, but it's a very nice portrait. I have to be fair here. Due to pick up though, Dwayne, to his credit, has picked up the Hoopa. Again, one of the strongest supports in the game, purely because he's the only unique support of his type.
Very true. A very unique Pokemon here is Hooper. Let's see what they want to do range attack-wise, though, on the side of Plus Ultra, because that is one thing you're going to have to answer, knowing that Ultimate's got that Latios, and it is going to be Miraidon, locked in by Aatrox. We don't see much Miraidon recently, especially in that ranged attack role, but I love it in this league. That Unite move is so strong, and of course the Charge Beam is very good, pairing it up alongside that. Usually the range of Inteleon, but Showmaker is going to bring on out the Scizor Cypher pairing here. It's an interesting one. I believe I'm going to be going for the Cypher.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the lineup here, you have a tank in Umbreon, you have a Bruiser with Serena. I guess Cypher would just build a role in terms of dishing damage fast. So, and then the backline can just stack. And so we know kind of what the team of Cafe du Martin is working with here. In fact, very obviously, this 5-1 is not a scoreline that they easily pick up here. This team is very well-rounded, so a lot of thought has been put into it. But on the other side, though, we have a very strong, I want to say, uber pickup kind of team, right? You have the Lapras, you have the Hoopa, both having a traverse option here. And on the back line, you have this Miraidon that's just kind of like, blah, I'm gonna fire my laser.
Fire my laser. I'm gonna be the Death Star in the game. I do also like the Aegislash pickup here as well, though, Nitera. I feel like, especially if you're having to deal with a Cypher that's diving into you, you've got the Serena constantly hitting you, it's gonna be good for charging up those boosters on the side of Max. So I like the approach that Plus Ultra have got. A great comp across the board here for both teams. I do expect it to be a Cypher, so it's all about if you can shut down those executes coming your way.
It's very, very Japanese coded, right? The first time we saw Aegislash come out here in Worlds was from a Japanese team as well, if I'm not wrong. And in fact, a lot of times you see Japanese players playing this Aegislash, like, it's like, yo, what region are we in? It's like, oh no, that's 100% Japan. They have an Aegislash there. So I'm very excited to see if Max RG can pull it off here with Aegislash in the team. Probably likely going to be Sacred Sword into White Guard here. Very common setup here, but it's anyone's guess. It's anyone's guess. One of my favorite Unite moves is on there as well, so we're going to see if he can black out the whole screen of everyone else.
Well, here we go, buddy. It is currently David versus Goliath in this game as far as records go. A 7-win streak for the Serena on the side of Cafe du Martin, so they are sticking with their reliable picks coming into this game.
Alright, on the other side though, Plus Ultra is really hoping to go above and beyond here. Aatrox waiting for a little bit here, not too sure why, but does get the pick up here and nicely done as well. Battle has been paused here, thank you so much for that, but this is a very tactical pause, right? We saw the Miraidon wait just a little bit, and I think even everyone's confused. Why did he pause for a short while? It's a reflection.
Yeah, very true. I feel like we've continuing to get this Porygon infection in our systems, but we'll try and deal with that, chat, while we while we go through these things. Maybe just waiting for somebody else to load on in. But yeah, I mean, looking at where people are currently, it is going to be a Cypher taking that central area for Cafe du Martin, buddy, and it is a very strong power spike coming into that lane using that dual wing beat. It's one of the strongest power spikes to come into a lane with.
Right, and now they were counting into the 50-second mark of the pause timer. Technically speaking, we would have gone through one set of Altarias already, which is a very, very big problem here. And in fact, in this scenario here, you can definitely see how the Scyther's clear in the top left of the screen is going to be wrapping around to its top side. Very common for most players nowadays to just fly up to the top and see if you can make an impact. 1 minute on the clock has been burned here, and in another minute, we are going to see that the Regis have spawned.
Now, this is it. This is the question, right? What is your rotation for your central area, Nitera? Because what I do is I will go in, get that Xatu. I'll go up to the red buff, then grab the Baltoys on the way down, get the blue buff, and then go up into the top lane. That way, the red buff spawns back first when you go back into the lane for your central area.
Now, do you want the funny answer or do you want the serious answer?
I want both.
Alright, the funny answer is I'm a Sableye, I mean.
Okay. So you are in the central area, right? You've got to invade on the Sableye.
I am in the central area. I'm just not sure how I farm. You know, that's the big problem. You farm your blue buff, I farm my opponent's buff.
Yeah.
Real answer though, I do generally prefer the bottom lane with the 3 Regis. I think that just generally provides you so much more value than the top Regieleki, and that maybe that's my fault for not understanding the game as well and the importance of taking Regieleki. But the EXP for my whole team just means my team is so much more ready to take fights, and maybe that's my fault.
No, I think that's valid, but usually you judge it on where the opponent is in the lane. As we see Riku trying to go on in for a KO here. Hooper does find it. Dwayne is going to sacrifice themselves for it. No, they get the berry, but they are going to go down because now here comes Showmaker ready to get these executes using that dual wing beat, but Riku does manage to back on out and they're going to get the second KO.
Hollowware buff.
Facts.
Right, and as you take a look into this here, I'm very much liking how this is gonna go. I just thought of a really cool concept for Zygarde. Oh my god, this is mid-game. Pushing it forward here, they're gonna get a score, come down here, but this dual wing beat is not gonna let him go. And a relentless push for here for the Metal Claw, and it's able to make it out. Sacred Sword coming in, one booster auto stack, able to finish it, not enough onto the Cypher here, but still, again, coming in for seconds. I'm not really sure what the plan was there, as he dishes the damage. Does get a KO, but in turn gets a trade back as well here, and this Hoopa down for the count as well.
Max was well deep into the flux zone of Cafe Du Martin there and does get caught out, but they have managed to score points. They're trying to keep up with the levels as well. He just got to limit what Showmaker can do on this Cypher, because right now they seem to be leading the way. They're level 6, the highest so far, with Aegislash trying to keep caught up as well.
Ooh, and here we go. Altera is coming in here. 750 mark is up. Going in for it though. We are gonna see a nice pickup here onto the side, and Zacian is making some hitways here. With the help of Miraidon here, is able to pick himself up for one, but not enough to stay alive and push himself back. But again, a return favor here from the Hoopa, trying to see if he can help the team. I think this is a sacrificial play. I'm not really sure if it's the right call here, but at least able to make it back here, and the Hoopa takes one for the team.
Hey, listen, if you're going to get one of your team KO'd, let it be the Hooper with the EXP share, mate. I like that play by Plus Ultra, but I like even more the effort coming out from Volkshow, managing to find the double KO as they were about to go home in the Hooper portal. It seems like Cafe Du Martin have their wall set up alongside that Umbreon and Eldegoss, and it's too much for Plus Ultra to break through.
And right now, we're going to see this is going to be a big problem. They're going to continue to try and make this pursuit going in for it. Rico is at half. I'm not even sure if he wants to commit the Regieleki and that staying without any healing. But hey, you know what? Having information at the bottom here, they have at least 3 there. But this Serena is going to come out. It's going to be a big problem. But as this fight is going to ensue here, Rhydon starting to chip the damage off. Hits the first one on Charge B, the second one, and Lapras cleans it up for himself. Very close call here. Cafe Du Martin very close to picking it up here. And again, look, this is what I was saying. Beam a bit, but nicely done.
What a smart play by Plus Ultra. They get both objectives there, and that is massive. Zacian's going to continue to put the pressure onto Serena, looking to see if that will go in. Riku is now going to go on the retreat. So they do take both objectives. They don't push too much, looking for the KOs and scoring points. And that's a wise decision, Nightera, because so many players actually do push that and lose quite a bit.
Right, and I mean, this is a very big problem where you try to force something that you know you can't win. Or like, you think you can win, but like, it's not a guaranteed win. That kind of gives you a big problem because at the end of the day, it's not guaranteed. Right? And so as we take a look into this fight here, we do have a few things working for them. We have Aegislash's coup de grace, and that could be a game changer here. A big execute onto maybe 3 or damage tagged on could be the decision maker for a strong fight here in this 5-minute mark.
Riku has just set up camp in this top part. That is their home now, buddy. They are taking all that experience and they've put a lot of pressure onto the Serena. And with Max being there, they just can't break through them. So they're going to be able to find that answer. They don't score any points though, but they are still in the lead at the moment. It's all about who's catching up on these levels, and they are managing to get a little bit of distance in regards to this Cypher hitting level 11.
And I love the fact that they're able to continue to make this work out. Pushing it back for it though is going to be the side of Zacian, who's making some headways against Serena. But again, a nice fight coming in here. Coup de grace to try and pick it up. Not enough to clean house here, but Zacian returning the favor. Holding his buddy in his hands here, this Aegislash is making headways in the mouth of Zacian. But a nice pickup here onto Larias here, unable to disappear just in time here. But hey, you know what? At least they able to make it back with 2, and they could potentially at least make some headways defending this. Not enough though, as we do see one on the Hoopa, Kunia Center coming in here, and there it is, Fabo going down.
Now we're seeing the benefit of Ultimate being on this Latios, buddy. They find 2 KOs there by just raining down damage, and it's too much for Plus Ultra to handle, but Zacian has come back now, and they're going to find that KO. We're at 420 on the board. Regice is going to be free for Cafe Martin, but points-wise, it's incredibly close. The rip on Regieleki is going to come in from Plus Ultra. Umbreon's going on up, though. They got the Moonlight Prance. They go on in with the Snarl and find it anyway, Nitera, and now the pressure is on Plus Ultra to defend this. There's the Moonlight Prance. Aegislash has been sent back to the Pokemon Center. Lecky goes in. Green Illusion dive coming out from Showmaker, looking for the Miraidon. Now they can break this pad and give themselves the first lead in this game. Miraidon rains down the Meteors, looking to see if they can find the KOs, and they do. A good defense from Plus Ultra, but the damage has been done.
And that is crazy to say the least here. For triple KO here, Serena's the only one at the bottom who is able to break and take a few more EXP. His right call here is actually to go into their own central area to see if we can make a pickup here instead of joining the fight. They're losing so much EXP by doing this here because I don't even think this Serena can actually make any headways here. Gets 1 KO potentially for the Queenie Ascendant, but that's about it. Right, what's gonna happen? He's just gonna take so much damage, and there it is. The KO goes down. Honestly, that felt like a very, very misplay right there. Big misplay.
Plus Ultra putting in an absolute showing here as we get to the end stages of this game. That's a triple KO for Aegislash, the day 1 Zera main, which I believe is actually Max, dominating this so far. But again, it's all going to come down to this Rayquaza fight. The points are so close. They still want to fight with a minute left here, Nitera.
And it's not looking too good for them as they're gonna continue to try and make this onslaught happen here, finally making some headways onto the Scyther, who was a massive pain all the same. But again, they've won so many fights here that is it really that like inconvincing or like unconvincing for them to actually, you know, be able to beat one Scyther. This little bug got squished like that. And Tano, I'm gonna be real with you here, with 2 objectives coming back to back here, it looks like they're already postured for it, right? Miraidon just goes down and starts onto the bottom Reggie, and after the top side Regieleki, they have got so many people up already.
Yeah, it looks like they want to make a full rotate into the top side here from Plus Ultra. They're not actually going to go for the objective. The Regice is going to be free for Cafe Martin to take. So interesting that they've decided to abandon that, buddy, and now Plus Ultra are getting themselves in a pretty aggressive position. They've got vision on where Serena and Eldegoss are, just waiting to see who's going to go in for the approach here, trying to see if they can find the Lapras. Not able to just yet. There's a dive in, though, from Max. They're going to go on in with a sword. They've got their boosters ready to go. There's the Lapras Express as well. Coup de Grace going to connect, but they don't take it. Moonlight Prance is going to do the same. The rip on the Rayquaza from Plus Ultra is here. Who's going to take it, though, as they dive on in? It's going to be Cypher. Cafe Martin with the execute, annihilate Plus Ultra, and they take the Rayquaza.
Oh, you hate to see it happen. Plus Ultra had a very strong lineup to kind of fight against them, but they slowly just kind of lost everything, right? Bit by bit, they were giving so much, you know, give an inch, take a mile. Cafe Martin was able to capitalize on every single mistake that they made, and it was slow to respond to, that, you know, it just bulked up.
Yet again, this is what we are seeing from Plus Ultra. They are such a strong team, but you look at that 1-5 record and you're like, how have they got 1-5? It's every time they come up against these really strong teams, they struggle at Rayquaza. They seem to just be kind of falling apart and losing that final few moments, and that's the difficulty, because Plus Ultra got themselves in a good position to be able to win this game already.
Oop, and here we go. It's going to be seeing how they continue to take this onslaught here, and I'm really liking the situation. 800 points is slowly just building up against the 176. Love to see a big number here, but all the same, I don't really think that it's much more talking about how this game is going, but what can be done for next game moving onward. Cafe Martin looking very strong moving into this, but Plus Ultra has a strategy technically working, just not in the right way at the moment. It's not really doing enough.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if both of these teams just want to run it back with what they've got. And I think it would be worth a shout, because I think, yet again, in those final 2 minutes, if they just have a different approach on the side of Plus Ultra, a bit more importance on which targets they want to go for, this might be a different ending. But Cafe Martin, huge shout out to them. They find the KOs, they come out on top. And yet again, Cypher is a pivotal Pokemon in being able to win for this team.
And I've gotta agree with you on that. Scyther, once again, making a showing. I think in every game we've seen Scyther has a 100% win rate as of now, based on what I'm seeing.
Such an important Pokemon, buddy. It's the fact that the execute is the most important, right? The dual wing beat, and of course having that where if your health is low enough, you will just get the KO. Then the Green Illusion Dive is such a great burst unite move for damage, and it's great for team fights as well across the board, and it's incredibly hard to catch. Not only do you have to deal with Cascade in your face on the Serena, and Voxo putting an absolute showing on that Umbreon, by the way, but then you've got the dive in coming from Showmaker with that Cypher, and then Ultimate is completely uncontested in the backside. 35% damage there, 112k coming out from that Latios. Finally, we see a bit of light for that Latios played in this game.
Huge shout out to Aslido here, who is running the OG support himself, Eldegoss. I mean, I gotta be real with you, it's so hard to see it. I would run Leaf Tornado because it's really funny to see Regieleki run really fast. But again, running the Pollen Path here, I gotta respect it. Definitely is the correct play here in most cases. I don't even think Leaf Tornado is that good in hindsight. But you know what? That could just be me. At the end of the day, we are gonna look at a very strong fight for Cafe Du Martin against Plus Ultra here. If Plus Ultra wants to make something work here, they've gotta look at their lineup and see how it turns around. Right, because at the end of the day, Sacred Sword only hitting for 2, most likely. Maybe with the Eldegoss as well, then that'd be 3. But otherwise, like, that's gonna be a very it feels like a very dead weight Pokemon. In fact, their whole lineup feels like it serves one purpose, but not in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Plus Ultra was so good in that game to keep themselves in it, and even coming into from the 6-minute mark, they were quite dominant. Looking at the graph, it was very even. And the fact that we've got a 5-1 team versus a 1-5 team just highlights how well Plus Ultra managed to play that game, buddy. But Cafe Du Martin, it's all about who has the most points at the end of the game. It's all about who takes that Rayquaza, and they had a much better fight at that 2-minute mark.
So let's take a look at how they can turn this around here. But a first ban coming in looks like a comfy ban. Not really sure if that is the right call here. We're likely gonna see a Ho-Oh Suicune once again on the other side though. But I feel like there is a precedence that you just don't ban Ho-Oh Suicune. Just ban one over the other here. I feel like Suicune might be even worse off than Ho-Oh, but I'm not the player. Right, Blissey coming in here, 2 supports locked down. Cafe Du Martin is kind of locked to playing Clefable if they want to do something about it. If not, the only other option is what? Eldegoss again?
Yeah, get on that Eldegoss, bro, it works.
I mean, hey, I run like Muscle Band, Rapid Fire Scarf, and EXP Share or Axel Breeze. So, I'm not one to talk.
I honestly think Eldegoss is going to continue to be just the sort of queen of supports, buddy. I think you do have the Blissey that you'll always pick if you can, but if you are stuck in a corner, throw on that Eldegoss and you're never going to go wrong.
Yeah, it's a very safe pick. It's not the strongest pick, it's a very safe pick. But otherwise, I mean, like, Pokemons that are, you know, very one-dimensional aside in terms of like their playstyle, we're gonna see a lot of interesting things. Dwayne picking it up again onto that, I very much respect the call. Trevenant, another strong Pokemon that we've seen play here. In fact, one of the greatest things that you can do with Trevenant here, I used to think was curse and then you push them. But Woodhammer has a strong displacement effect here if you know how to use it. I'm not gonna explain it, but very strong call. But we might see the Godzilla you're talking about here, and I do 100% agree. Deserves to be in Theasari Ruins, absolutely taken away and robbed from you.
Oh no, I would love to see a Godzilla on the field, buddy. I mean, I'm not going to complain with the Water Dragon. Like, Riku's going to pull out the Gyarados. I think it's a good shout. People complain that Magikarp is too easy to limit, but in a 5-stack setting, you do usually see that Magikarp get their Evo around about the 8-minute mark, and you're quite comfortable when that happens. If you can get 1 assist, Nightera, you can have that Magikarp Evoing into Gyarados at like the 9-minute mark, which is crazy. But also, one of the biggest power spikes in Pokemon Unite is Magikarp to Gyarados.
Right, I mean, Magikarp to Gyarados, right? That's the whole nail of the game. In fact, the idea that it's a power spike is sometimes laughable to me, because at the end of the day, it's like, okay, if I have 0 power and I give you 10, you're always gonna look so much better than 0. It's not like if I have like 50 and I go to 100. Yeah, that's a big jump. But like when I do nothing and now I do something, yeah, obviously.
It's like 0 to 100 though, bro. It's going from doing absolutely nothing
That's the
to all
biggest
of a
part.
sudden, yeah, you've got bounce and dragon breath. It's absolutely mental.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, the example I gave was, like, nothing to something, but, like, when you look at Gyarados, it's not nothing to something. It's nothing to, oh my god, what's going on, right? Like, that's the biggest problem with Gyarados, and I do agree that for such a big drawback of being useless half the game, you can't really fault Gyarados for being that strong, and so being able to help it be online faster is great. And to call that out, they were playing Leafeon, which only evolves at level 4, which I explained just now. Half a Xatu, a Baltoy, and 1 buff technically gets you hit level 4, if done correctly. And so, surprisingly enough, it could also be a thing where basically because of how it's lined up, could help out.
I mean, Plus Ultra have a very early game as well, to be fair. They do have the Eldegoss, the Leafeon, and
They're
the
taking a
Trevenant,
buff.
of course. And yeah, well, this is it. It's going to work for them. The thing is, they also have the Latios there for the late game, because if you get your stacks, Latios is a late game monster, mate. So a good balance of comp here for Plus Ultra.
Out of curiosity, what is your Latios build? Latios build if you were to build it? I would run Rapid Fire Spell, and I run like Dragon Pulse.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout, to be fair, buddy. I would probably just throw on whatever I use on Cinderace and just give it a go and see what it works.
That is so funny and true. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. Oh, okay. Moving into it, though, we are going to see quite a disruption here. No pickups here from Leafeon, even though it's a very good call. I mean, I think the crazy thing is that Urshifu could have gone bot side, right? Because I think that would be the crazy way to do it. Because, like, yeah, sure. I mean, if you just tell your team to not fight because the Magikarp could evolve faster, what are they going to do, right?
Ooh, it's Water Bear as well, buddy. We don't get to see much of the rapid strikes, but it is as they go down the Flux Zone here. They're looking for the KOs. They're on the T2 pad at 8:37. They're going to give over too much to this Gyarados, buddy. There's the berry coming out stolen, but no, they do find the KO. What an effort from Mbappe Showmaker putting on a show.
It's such a good call coming into it here. And mind you, the other side, Leafeon is at the bot side here, right? He's not really doing much. And this bear is just profiting off everything in not his area. Claiming more territory for its own and actually making out with a little bit more EXP. He's going to take another fight here, and it's going to be insane that he's level 6, pushing 7 so fast here. Fights it out, trying to make something happen here. Latios going down just in a bit, but a nice Koopa teleport here. Falls it back here, and falls back with his team.
This is incredible, mate. I like the approach from Cappy Sebastian. It is just aggression from the get-go. That's exactly what Showmaker is trying to do. They've got a good effort from Plus Ultra, though. That Leafeon has managed to find some things as well. They've managed to get a lot of points into this T1 pad, but now they have to go on the retreat as Cafe Dumarin continue to put the pressure on them.
Okay, and here we are moving into the 720 part, which means the Alteras are going to start forming, and of course 20 seconds after that, we have our Regis coming into play here. Nice glide kick here, but not enough to turn this around here, but a nice sweep back into it, and there we go. First one coming in here, Serena is going to be joined up with his Water Bear, who's going to be dishing a lot of damage here. This is 54 points that can be sunk into it here. I feel like you don't take this Baltoy. There we go. Yeah, if you had taken a Baltoy here and you go and score, right, there's a chance that you don't get an overcap, and it's going to be massive. But a great start here. It looks like this Leafeon is kind of confused as to what to do. Pulls it back, does not see anyone. No teleport up as well, which means at this point, you're good to just try and force the fight.
Not an easy win either. Max going up against this Shifu here. You kind of have to dive in, do damage, get yourself out, but it's Water Bear, buddy, so it's going to be chasing you. It does have that range, and they do manage to find the Regice as well on the side of Cafe Dumatin, blocking that one off. There's the Emerald two-step, trying to find a KO. Snorlax doesn't go down, though, and neither does this Shifu. They are ready to dive on in the Flux Zone yet again. Here comes the bounce.
Oh my
looking for the rip on the side of Gyarados, but it ain't happening, buddy. Eldegoss goes down. This Shifu is having a field day.
And there it is, the 38 dunk that we're looking for here. In fact, no response coming from the bear to actually go onto the Regieleki here, which is scary to me because you kind of have a free open like chance to just do it, right? Apply pressure somewhere else, and I'm not really sure if this is not the right call.
Oh my god, is Serena going to get out of there? Cascade does get out of there, back in the Hooper portal. They had everything coming their way, buddy. The CC chain was off the hook as they dive on in, looking to fell the tree. Here comes the Infinite Sideburn as well. Kathy Dumartin will not let go of this pressure as they block off the Leafeon. They manage to dash on through. Can they get out of there? No, Mewtwo Y finds them and sends them back to the Pokemon Center. The difference between this game and the first game is absolutely insane here, buddy.
And I agree with you. It is such a detriment to them right now. Water Bear is just constantly invading here. The Emerald 2-stack comes in here and they finally pick themselves out onto the Water Bear. Grass, super effective against water, is not going to be enough though, and they do have to force their way back into it. Serena taking on a lot of damage here. The Luster Purge almost picking it up here, but a nice portal back, and he's safe and sound. Now, I don't know if this Serena is crazy enough to jump back in. A good call for him to walk back. But this Mewtwo has a lot of it covered here. It's waiting for opportunity to go into Mega Mewtwo Y.
Roll call comes out from the Hooper, looking to see if they can get in for this Regieleki. Dragon Current is there as well, and it is going to be locked in by Plus Ultra. Latios was there to do just that. Gyarados back to the Pokemon Center. Kathy Dumartin are not concerned that this Lecky went to the way of Plus Ultra because they find the KOs and they rip it down anyway.
And over here, we're going to take a look into how they're going to do this. First of all, let's take a look at the scoreline. 81 to 165 here, averaging on low level 10 to the south. Plus Ultra, Kathy Dumartin averaging about level 11s and pushing up higher. As we take a look into that though, it comes down to how much they have scored and actually farmed up here. One Regice to his name, they're also going to get a lot of KOs here. The Curse Forest comes in here, Phantom Forest. Now, this is going to be a big problem for them as they have 2 down and no way to really stop them from picking up another Regice. Are we gonna see the triple Regice here? Is beyond me, but hey, you know what? It's a good call to say that we might.
Bro, that would be insane considering how this game is going. If we get the trifecta Regice yet again, oh boy, would we be lucky. Right now, Kathy Dumartin are over 100 points in the lead, and they continue to look for the KOs here. They continue to look for the farm. They got Cotton Crowd Clash to be used by Plus Ultra, and there we go. Power Nap comes out from the Snorlax. They want to use all their Unite moves here to find what KOs they can. Cascade, though, has been isolated. They're backed up, and they've been KO'd. Now Kathy Dumartin have to retreat from that fight without getting anything out of it.
Oh, and here we go for another one. Jumps into the fray here, but not enough. Urshifu coming in, trying to dish the damage out. Has his Unite move blocked in, but the Elder Glock got in, and there it is. The bullet's been fired here. Latios finishing off Kuma Unbound here as the Woodhammer connects into it here. Snorlax down for count and Mega Mewtwo Y as well. Latios is just insane. And one more left to his name here. There is the quadruple.
Oh my god, bro. Aatrox pulling out the team wipe on Kathy Dumartin, and just like that, the game has flipped, Nightera. We all of a sudden have a ball game on our hands that they've just found a huge amount of levels on the side of Plus Ultra. Now we have a level 13 Latios on the field.
Right, and as we take a look into that, it's going to be a very tough call as to how they're going to maneuver around this problem, right? Because again, Latios is just stacking and constantly growing, right? He has no reason to force it. Turns around here, you see on the top side, he takes another one.
It's all about having those stacks in the late game. That's what Latios is all about, and boy, do they have them. Kathy Dumartin do take the Regieleki. That's going to put some pressure onto the T2, but Plus Ultra, they're not concerned about it. 10 seconds before the big green dragon is on the field. They're in an aggressive stance, looking to see if they can grab the Snorlax, but the block is used to get that unstoppable and get themselves out of that way.
And right here, as the 2-minute mark is starting here, we are going to see a strong push coming from Plus Ultra to see if we can get anything inside something from them here. But not enough to really commit here, as we do see this Trevenant try his best to try and strike the team. It's just not enough here. Pushing back here, Hoopa Rings Unbound coming in to stop them here as Phantom Forest connects as well. Elder Glock finishing off again. A bullet, a dream, and of course this plant has finished it off.
Buddy, if they score these points here, which they're going to be able to, there is a minute 30 left in this game, but we are on the eve of another game free for today's stream. That will be 3 sets of game frees, bro, if they can get this win. A minute 15 left on the board. They've got the Hundo Burgers in. It's all about the push that Kathy Dumartin can do now.
Oh, and here we go, another KO onto Latios here, and this is going to be a bit of a problem pushing in for it. Again, it all comes down to just that one simple play here that they were able to capitalize off and push back. Now, all call hovering here, they have a pad that's 4. If they drop 100 here, what can you possibly do from that?
Oh, there's the bounce coming on in, trying to see if they can disrupt that Hundo dunk. The difficulty is it's a T1 pad, buddy. They don't have that quick push onto it, but they found Serena. Cascade is back to the Pokemon Center. Again, another bounce comes on through. The block is here, though. They have to find these KOs, and quickly, 35 seconds left. It's a double KO for Leafeon with the Emerald 2-step. They're trying to get the 50 dunk in now. If they can block out, it's gonna go in. No, they don't. They disrupt it. What an effort from Leafeon, but now they've gone down. Do they have the team here? The heavy slam from Snorlax. They're still trying to get the 50, but it's Latios that finds the KO, buddy. And I think they've done it. They've done what needs to be done to defend this pad and take us to a game 3.
Woo! Definitely a rough one for the books here. We're gonna see it come around just like that. I cannot believe my eyes moving into this.
Wow, just absolutely wow, buddy. What a way to bounce back by Plus Ultra. They take the Rayquaza, and then they have a T1 pad that they have to defend, which isn't easy, because of course the Springboard takes you to the T2, and then you've got to run on down. Not an easy task, buddy, but it was enough for them to take us to game 3.
Oof. Agree with you right there here. The scoreline is 1:1. Plus Ultra definitely making a mark just like that. You are right to say again, this entire league is stacked up with players here. And of course, even with a 1-5 scoreline, you cannot expect them to not have some trick up their sleeve or a way to actually consistently win the game here. Floor line is 1-1 Plus Ultra and Cafe Du Martin. Will this break Plus Ultra's streak of 5 losses? It's gonna be hard to tell.
If they take this win, it will be the upset of the league so far, to be honest, but Cafe Du Martin are very comfortable in that top sort of second spot. Plus Ultra, they're a great team, but they've just come up against very difficult opponents, and the Rayquaza fight has been where it's failed them for a couple of times, so that's why they have this 1-5 record. It's not for how well they play, because they play really well. As we have a look at these stats here, we've got Aatrox with 88k damage, 86k going over to Max. The recovery was there for the team as well. It was not an easy game for Cafe Du Martin to go up against.
I agree. But again, they did win a round here, and I mean, of course, when you are high off a win, you know, this momentum is going to carry with you. Could make you a little complacent, but seeing as what happened here, I feel like it was just a stroke of bad luck here, right? Getting picked off here and there, and there's really not much you can do from that.
It's one of those where everybody's hitting the Rayquaza. It's all down to who manages to get that final hit. And I believe it was Dwayne that did so for Plus Ultra. And then, you know, it's scoring easy points. When you have those tier 1 goals up, it is so easy for teams to score those Hundo Burgers, and then already you're on the back foot. It was a good effort, though, by Cafe Du Martin to push back. They were trying to debate, do I go for the score, do I go for the KOs? We saw Showmaker go for the KOs and then try and score, and then go for the KOs and then try and score. What awareness from Plus Ultra to stop those 50 dunks going in.
And I agree with you at the end of the day, but I think we're gonna set it to a quick break really quickly here to take a look into this, and I'm really excited to see how this game 3 can really turn around for everyone. So Tano, hold on to your seats here because we're gonna see something quite amazing in just a bit.
Alrighty, chat, we're back. And are you hyped for the best game 3 of the day? This is going to be incredible, Niter. I can't wait for it, bro.
Yeah, match number 9 of today. Could only go down to 12 later on with one more, right? I do believe we have one more later on, but let's settle one thing at a time, right? Plus Ultra Cafe du Mati. This is going to be match point for both teams here. We're going to see whether they can pick up a 6-1 or is this going to be on a 2-5. That's the question we have today. Now, if you pick God of War here, I'm hoping to see the Songstress skin because honestly, if you don't have that, shame on you, right? Why are you playing this one?
Yeah, that's valid. What I do want to know, though, is I want to know who in chat is rooting for who here. Because I've seen love for Cafe du Mat and I've seen love for Plus Ultra. And I think this has been the most electric game that we've had so far, buddy. So I want to know who's rooting for who as we have a look at these bans. Snorlax and Latios are going to be taken on out. So is Suicune. And I expect Dwayne is going to ban Ho-Ho here as we look for the first picks on the side of Cafe du Mat.
Now, honest question, Tano, I'm sorry, it's just popped in my mind, but what if this year on Christmas we get Delibird?
That would be pretty cool. I feel like it's... What would you have it as, though? An all-rounder?
Support, no? Right, cause, like, his whole signature gimmick is just... Yeah?
I would hope so, bro, because, like, I mean, knowing this game, it would be an all-rounder.
No. What's the future variant called?
Oh, Iron something?
Iron Speed?
Iron Speed? Absolutely
Iron
not.
Ice? I don't know, someone will correct us. But I do believe it's a funny idea so that we can go, oh.
Iron Bundle!
Iron Bundle! Yes!
I was wondering. It's definitely Iron something. But yeah, Iron Bundle, that would be cool. I would love to see Paradox Pokemon in Pokemon Unite, bro.
Right. I mean, it could have just been a skin, to be honest, right? I mean, but same. Let's look at the picks here. We're gonna see, Cafe du Mati is really going for the floor trap thing, huh? They're really going into that saw motif. Throw out a few traps here and there, you know, make them sit on it. But Plus Ultra now pocketing back onto the Charizard here. Surprisingly has been shown to do extremely well. I'm excited to see if they can actually make this one happen. I feel like it's a misstep. Pick it up. Yes.
Riku picking up the Dodrio. Aatrox with the Charizard. Ooh!
I can see it.
Oh, bro. Riku's baiting me. Although I like the Felix. Oh, no, we end up on the Buzzwole, bro. So double all-rounders here for Plus Ultra. I would have loved to have seen the Felix coming out to play.
Now, I'm really excited to see if this is the comp they want to go for. Would there be a counter pick to, say, run Tyranitar? Right, because they have the Sandstream thing, they're just going to slowly, constantly take damage here, and this can only heal one at a time. So, I think I would have saw a precedence for that.
Is Dwayne going to lock in the Glaceon, though? We don't see much of it anymore, but very good at ripping down these Pokemon. I think it would be a good shout, especially going up against these all-rounders, and that's what Dwayne is going to lock on in. So we've got ranged attackers, we've got all-rounders galore in this game 3 here, Nightera. Where do you predict this to go?
I actually like Plus Ultra for very simple reasons, right? Simple composition with the first 2 mons. Charizard, very strong pick. Buzzwole, again, can lock down Pokemon just like that. In fact, pushing them out of the fight. But with Glaceon, you kind of realize that it beats one thing on the other side. All the traps that they're going to set. It's away from Sacred Sword, it's away from Electro Ball, has the range to deal with it as well. And so technically speaking, you get what I mean? Like, they have ways to actually go around this, right? So, it really comes down to whether Cafe du Mati can go in for a strong fight here. But otherwise, I think they have a precedence to lock themselves a secured win here. Plus Ultra might actually be seeing their 2-5.
I like this, though. I think this could go either way, buddy. I like both of these comps. I think it's going to be an exciting one. I love the Glaceon pick. The all-rounders are very strong. It's going to be a matter of who can win in that all-rounder battle, as well as that ranged attacker. Now, I will say, I think Voxio has been so important on this Umbreon that might be the strength that Cafe du Mat just edges their way here, buddy.
Yeah, I agree with you, Tano, and like we're gonna see how this pans out as a whole coming into the match here, and of course this is gonna be the most important match moving in for it. I mean, of course the first 2 important as well, but this one kind of decides who moves up, who moves down, what the standings are. And so I would like to see how they can really pan this one out for themselves. Once again, we're going to see Hot Edge go into the central area here, and in return, we're going to see our dear Eevee pop back into as well. So early on, they are going to be picking the Bumblebees here, which is an interesting pickup. I thought normally you wouldn't pick it up, but here we go. Phantom going in for it, Fanbo picking it up, and this is the first stack coming for Charmander.
I like it, going for those stacks straight away. It's all about these early Evos though, because Raichu, very strong power spike yet again. As we have a look at wins and losses across the board, we have had more victories on the side of Cafe Martin with the comp they're currently running, plus Ultra only a couple so far. But again, the Glaceon being in lane so early, Night Terror, is so good for looking for this level 5 on the side of the Buzzwole. But here comes the Aegis Slash as well, managing to dodge out of the way is the power of Max, kiting that one through. Riku though is gonna fall down, and then the sword is gonna clean on up, buddy.
I'm so sorry, I don't know if there was an instant replay for that, but there was a very small clip onto the Sacred Sword there, and it was the only reason why they were able to actually pick up, number 1, the knockup onto Glacier, and number 2, the double KO after that. That is crazy pickup. Geometry.
Geometry. I love the Aegis Slash, especially when you get a good effort coming on out from these players. Let's see if Riku can find the level 5 here, though, because Zacian dives on in with the Metal Claw, and they just snack on up on Plus Ultra, buddy. That's a double KO again.
That is not a good start for Cafe Du Martin on the top side here. Sorry, that's not a good start for Plus Ultra. Cafe Du Martin, fantastic start. Loving it right now. In fact, they're so strong, they're able to actually go into the central area here. Metaclaw making a strong pickup here. That is not what you like to see. Okay, I don't know what the plan was, but going in so close to Zacian of all things, not correct.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a level 4 Buzzwole against a level 7 Zacian. I think it's fair to say Cafe Du Martin have won that top lane. Plus Ultra, though, they've done some stuff in the bottom lane, and they are managing to score points. Aatrax has to get themselves out of there, though, because Umbreon tries to pull them, but doesn't find the connection. Not that it matters, because Ultimate's here, so is Cascade, and they just rip through Plus Ultra anyway. Charmeleon back to the Pokemon Center. Finally, Glaceon has shown face, and they rip down Umbreon, coming out on top.
Not too late all the same here. We do see Aegislash coming in to try and pick themselves up here. The Metal Claw coming and connecting onto Zacian, but it's not enough, as we do see the first pick out onto Aegislash here. They're looking a little bit low. They do have a trade onto Trevenant here, but of course the Icicle's almost picking up onto one for the Hoopa here, but returning a favor. Charmeleon is going down as well as the Zacian. And there it is. They finally make some headways here, getting a trade here and there. The level differential is still very big though, as Cafe Du Martin slowly pushing up into their power spikes and Unite moves at level 9. On the other side here, averaging 7s across the board here. Not looking too good here, but the fight ensues here, dishing the damage here. This Umbreon not looking too happy with everything that's happened here, but again, the coup de grace could happen at any moment here. Picks it up, there it is, to pick it up for the coup de grace, and that is going to be fantastic moving into that.
Registeel is going to reset here. We're trying to see if we can get some zoning in on the side of Fabor, but it's not going to be enough because now the rip comes through. Can they get there in enough time as we see Volkshow getting so weak here? Oh, it's a good effort with a Wood Hammer, but it doesn't connect, buddy. They find that Registeel, and now they look for more as they dive on in with that Snarl. They find the double KO for the Raichu, looking for more as that Seismic Slam connects, puts up the shield for the Aegis Slash, but it ain't going to be enough. It's Flamethrower galore coming out from Charizard here, and they may have picked off a bit more than they can chew, buddy.
That was definitely a good slam. They kind of forced it a little bit too much here, overextending here. And there was just really no one to follow up. I don't think it was wrong because he thought he could follow up with his team. Just not enough damage overall. Nice pickup here on the Horn Leech as they continue to take this fight here. It's potentially a triple KO for the side here, but not without the Zacian returning 2 for the side as well here. Trevenant looking very low here. The Horn Leech healing back up, but Wood Hammer consistently dishing damage. But again, the numbers, the level differential is just clear. It's night and day when it comes to the numbers.
That it does, buddy. Plus Ultra just trying to find a way to catch up on these levels, catch up on these scores. Sorry, I mean, they do have level 11s on the field. Regieleki, though, is going to be locked in by the coup de grace. Aegis Slash continuing to pull the team to victory for Cafe Du Martin. Now they're going to put the pressure onto the Buzzwole and they find the KO. The Lecky has gone in. That's going to be a huge overcap if they rain down the 40 points, and that's exactly what they're going to look to do, but not before they fell the tree.
Ooh, that Phantom Forward looking really good here, marking for 3. If they continue to force this fight here, the damage, the increased damage they're taking here is going to be crazy. And of course, you can definitely see it already happen. Just not enough to capitalize on it here, as you do see the Charizard having to back away, and that's very unfortunate here. And now I think about it, Drake Crow Charizard may not be a terrible idea.
You're just thinking of these builds on the fly, but as Glaceon continues to rip through onto Umbreon, but they still get themselves out of there, and Cafe Dumartin are beginning to make a stomp on this game, although we are in game 3, buddy. We've seen this happen before, and Plus Ultra have bounced back in the final few moments.
And it's really going to be a big problem for them as a whole as they continue to take this fight, though I'm not too sure if they actually really need to be that scared, as Cafe Dumartin is kind of all for nothing now. You just want to commit and see if you can get any picks here, because at this point, you're going to lose in terms of a lot of the objectives anyways. You may as well just try and pick up a few KOs here and there. You do have the level differential that you need to solve now.
Another 50 is going to rain on in. They're going to get the 27 in as well. That is, oh, it was going to be a 40 overcap. Instead, it's only a 5 overcap here as Zacian tried to disrupt what they were doing. Still, though, Plus Ultra have managed to cut down this lead quite a bit from Cafe Dumartin. We are going to have a game on our hands.
And I'm really liking how they're going to continue to do this. I mean, it's definitely a strong call. But is it enough? That is the question I have on my mind here. 178, 123. The score line is looking as such with Cafe Dumartin having so much more levels as a whole. Though catching up here is going to be a side of Plus Ultra. But not without a strong fight. That is definitely the thing they have.
Regieleki is going to be free for Cafe Dumartin. Plus Ultra trying to push this T2 here, buddy. Currently manhandling Showmaker on this Zacian, trying to push them around, and they do find the KO. Now they have taken the lead on the side of Plus Ultra. This Lecky's going to push into the T2. That is a seismic slam from Charizard under the 3-minute mark. Going to have to do a little bit of farming to get that back for Rayquaza.
Farming? What farming? I don't see a single yellow dot on the screen he has access to, and that's going to be a big problem here. In fact, I think this correctly here is he wants to start scoring. I believe he doesn't even have 6 stacks yet. So if he takes this, look at the points just behind him. He's going to be able to get his stacks here, and if he drops small little points here, it's going to increase his Unite gauge just a little bit more each time. And you know what? Good on him. Nice pickup here coming from Aegislash though, 14 to 13. A very nice call, but not enough to turn it around.
What a game 3 this one is, buddy. Looking at these levels, we've got level 14s on both teams coming into this Rayquaza fight. Buzzwole trying to handle Umbreon there, but they do manage to escape. The rips come through onto Aegislash. They've got boosted attacks ready to rock and roll as Rayquaza spawns on in. All Unite moves ready to go. This is about to pop off.
We're going to see the first pickup here, Waiga coming in, and of course Buzzwole pushing back with his team. The Woodhammer is going to come into it here as we do see this Umbreon going from the back. Sacred Sword picking up for 1 here, fight out against Strong here, will cost Nico coming in. Seismic Slam once again, pumping so fast here with the Phantom Force, and it's able to just dish so much damage here. Hoopa giving in the CC coming in with the Rings Unbound, and there it is, coming for the back, and that's the first pickup coming in from Trevenant. Of course, we do see Aegislash going down for the count here, but a nice CC to try and block them here, and the Metapult to pick for 2 on the side here. Behemoth Blade is going to come in and finish them off as well. Clear winners here at Cafe Dumartin here. Now the question is, can they finish it off with 1 Charizard to their name? A good start coming in here, did not pick up the Hoopa just yet, and they're losing so much AP so fast here. First pick out on the Hoopa, and they're able to stop it with at most 300 points to their name. So it could still be possible for them to win. First pick up here is only an 88 dunk, so not too bad. Equalizing it just a little bit over. Here tries to stop it here, nice pickup, not enough. Goes and he has to fight for more. Breaks the shield as well, mind you, and so now all they really have is one more, I believe, Aegislash with 50 points. So if they continue to do this here, there we go. Continues the fight, unfortunately not trying to score, but is able to make it work. And now, there is the 100. Tano, we're in a bit of a situation here. The scoreline is a 400-point lead.
Yeah, that's going to be Cafe Dumartin punching their ticket to a 6-1 record here
Now it's
in
fun.
the European League. What an effort, buddy. I feel like Plus Ultra, though, what a showing they put in this set. You look at that record and you think Cafe Dumartin's got this left, right, and centre. But Plus Ultra showed yet again how they are a very strong team. It was just unfortunate that it is that final Rayquaza moment that doesn't go their way, and Cafe Dumartin come out on top.
Rough fight, I'll be honest. It's a rough fight. Let's look at the numbers here. I think this is gonna it's not gonna determine like how they play. Because I think they definitely did play well. In fact, I saw Raichu and I was like, hey, wow, Raichu's not doing a lot very well. In fact, I think it was Zacian. The biggest thing was the Metal Claw really gave him so much reach. And I have to be fair there. Again, the two things that really make a difference. Sacred Sword, Metal Claw.
Yeah, I think Metal Claw is huge, mate. I love it. I think it's great to see it coming out. 95k damage here from Mbappe. Showmaker really dominating on that Zacian. But yeah, I mean, Max, I like the call on the Glaceon Nitero. I think it was great. They managed to get a lot of rip through, but it was just the rest of the team that weren't able to find the connects onto Cafe Dumartin, and they were managing to find some good KOs.
Ooh, and here we go. Look at the giant bounce coming from them. Once again, I am saying that Plus Ultra had the number advantage a little bit early on, made it work, but they just went fighting off all the weirdest things, not the wrong things, right? For example, there was a fight where I remember Glacier was so close to, if I'm not wrong, the Zacian, that I was just, why was Glacier so close to Zacian when, you know, someone was already in the bush for him? I believe it was Trevenant was in the bush as well, and so Glacier being so close just didn't make sense, right? And he got punished for that. So, like, it could be unfamiliarity, but I think this was a very good game for them to review on.
Well, that's how the cookie crumbles, buddy, and it's going to be Cafe Dumartin who continue their winning record here today. Now, we are going to take a quick break to get the final set of the day set up and ready to go for you, chat. So grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. It's time for the ultimate game. We'll be back very shortly. Hello, trainers. We are back, and we have an interview with none other than Cascade from Cafe du Martin. Hello, Cascade. How are you doing, buddy?
Hello guys.
Hello.
This game were really stressful. So
Oh, I
I'm
agree.
still not
I agree.
It ended up being quite close, didn't it, Cascade? I feel like Plus Ultra, they found a way to really push you in that final moments, but I gotta say, huge shout out to you with that Aegis Slash. It definitely looked exciting. Do you think it's probably one of the most skillful Pokemon in the game?
I think it's one of the most underrated Pokemon, especially with skill. Like, people don't
Cascade
imagine
oozes.
how good can be an Aegis Slash on a
Right?
great player.
Yeah, Cascade, you ooze Japanese energy, right? Because like all the Japanese players have the same mindset. They're like, nobody plays this Pokemon, but it's so good. Y'all don't understand. And I agree. I agree.
That's true.
What I want to know as well, Cascade, is we've been having a debate here of me and Ninetera about the Latios and how it's been doing in these sort of 5-stack games. And I'd like to know your opinion. Cafe du Martin, they're very comfortable in the higher bracket here in the league. You've been playing extremely well. How do you feel as a team going up against Latios, or where it stands in the meta at the moment?
Well, I think Latios is obviously really strong. It's like obviously a nice tier botliner, but it's not pick or ban. Like if you play the good play style, if you have the good play style and the good comps against it, like it's pretty easy to counter and to play with like don't play team fights against Latios. Sorry. Because if Latios don't get stacks, he can't play. He can't carry at late game. And even if he gets, you just can take Pokemon like Sabrina, who can go and kill him without taking damage and without getting just destroyed by Latios' beam.
That's true. You
Pokemon
know,
like-
if you don't take fights.
There are Pokemon like even Zacian with what's the name of the spell? With Metal Claw, he can just destroy the beam of Latios, so he can protect his team.
Ooh,
Like that.
that's
That's
Oh,
what
yeah,
they do.
wait.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
So that's real strategy. You can just counter the poke of Latios with that.
Okay, that's true. That's true. All right, now I have a question for you. Right, there is 3 new Pokemons revealed in the World Championship. Empoleon, there is Delmise, and there's Vaporeon. I want to know what your favorite of the 3 is and what you'll be playing.
My favorite will be the device. How is it called?
Dang it! Oh,
I knew it. I knew it. It was gonna be.
I don't even know how it's called, but it's just not. It's like Aegis Slash. It's something. It's something that is not living. It's not living. It's an object. So,
He's metal.
so fun
Yes,
to play
I
with.
get it too.
Well, we need to get ready for the next game. So, Cascade, thank you so much. A huge congratulations to you and your team from getting yourself another win and from just playing fantastic in this league, buddy. Thank you so much for coming on the mic with us.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Cascade. Woo! First of all of you have a problem. You're just like metal inanimate objects being animated. First of all,
I'm not even an all-rounder player, bro. Right? I'm a speedster player, but come on, Delmise just looks so cool. Like just grabbing someone and being like, "Come here, boy!" It looks so hype, man.
no, but it's not come here. It's you go there. Okay, I'm gonna tell you an exact tweet I made about Dhelmise when I saw
I
it.
think I saw it.
Yeah, and I thought it was a disgusting Pokemon in terms of like what you would do with it, only to realize it's the other way around, right? And I still believe in this, okay? Like I thought it was going to be toxic because you Anchor Shot and you pull people off the pad. Now I know it's you Anchor Shot, you go in. Let's talk about Banana Peelers before I go on this tangent here. We got Danny Coney, we got Laura Tilosh, Tibi, Wen RMB, Kiri again, of which most of them have actually qualified in their regionals or in the UCS and EUICs, and so this is a crazy lineup when it comes to them. Oblivion, this is Oblivion 8. Oblivion 8, there we go. We have Volto, Klaus. Wait, that's not 8.
I was gonna say.
Whatever, Klaus 8, Brutal Hunter, Yazid, and Kurosi, which all of them also generally have performed somewhere within UCS, EUIC. Actually, I do believe Klaus actually has a few standings in other places as well that's not listed here. I just can't remember off the top of my head.
Well, they are a very good team. They are coming in this with a 3-3 record. Again, they have been a dominant team that has struggled against big opponents at Rayquaza. So it is one of those where that's where that 3-3 record comes from. Banana Peelers, they're 5-1, buddy. They are fighting Cafe Du Martin in the left-hand side of our league. So they need this win if they want to keep up with Cafe Du Martin.
Right, so let's take a look at the events here. Serena and Comfy, two of the grass-type Pokemon that we're going to see. And of course, one of them is a literal pocket healer. The other one, we're going to see potentially the double ban in terms of the Ho-Oh Suicune. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see Latios being banned as well. And there it is. This is our pick a ban phase. Moving into the pick side of things, we have the Cash the Magic Cup portrait. God, I love it so much.
It shouldn't be paid for though, buddy. That should be an award for playing that Pokemon so much. But hey, don't get me going on that tangent. We do have Lauritucci locking in the Charizard from the get-go here for Banana Peelers. What are Oblivion going to answer it with? Kuro is going to take their Snorlax. Seed takes the Alchemy that we just haven't seen at all today, Nightera.
Yeah, you know what else we haven't seen at all? Craveran.
Yeah, are you Nightera or are you magical? Come on.
That is true. Can't take his job. I'll let him do his thing. But for the time being, there is still a lot of picks that we can see. Honestly, one of the picks I would have loved to see is Duraludon on Flash Cannon. Flash Cannon, yeah. We're not gonna see that ever. But we are gonna see a repeat Buzzwole, right?
You say that, but we have seen Duraludon played quite a bit in this tournament, by the way. Azari Esports have used it in multiple games.
Is it Flash Cannon?
A bit of both, Flash Cannon and Dragon Pulse coming out. So yeah, exciting, right? I don't think either of these two teams would do so though. They're going to lock in the tried and tested picks of that Zacian and Mewtwo Y and the Buzzwole and the Blaziken here. Klaus on the Blaziken is dangerous. Oblivion trying to come out the gate with some great secure.
I think it's funny that you mentioned Yari Esports as well, because I do follow Yari Esports, but for a different game as well. And so I'm quite excited to see how they play it. And, you know, I kind of like the introduction into Unite and how they're actually exploring niche options. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, they've definitely struggled in this league, but we've already
talked
about
Duraludon,
haven't we, buddy? They did.
Yeah, played Duraludon, struggling. Yeah, no, I see it.
And the thing is, though, it worked for them, right? Azari Esports, they're so good with it in their games where they're struggling. But it's just the fact that this league is so stacked, buddy. We're looking at Banana Peelers Oblivion here. Oblivion have been a team in the EU region for a long time. They've been very dominant. They've won so many of these EU leagues. Banana Peelers have come out of the gate coming into this league, really keeping up with the highest of quality in this league. So it's not easy to get wins here, buddy.
I agree with you on that, and it will definitely take some time for them to, I would say, manifest a golden opportunity where the stars align for them. But at least for now, we're gonna see how they kind of like pivot out of this problem that they have as a whole. I don't think it's impossible for a win to come out to surmise here, but I think it's gonna be a lot less harder than, you know, making the stars align, you know?
Well, making the stars align is what both of these teams are looking for here. Banana Peelers, they're 5-1. They need to win this to keep themselves up with Cafe Du Martin and Oblivion. We're past halfway of this league so far, Night Terror. They need to get together some wins if they want to be keeping up with the lead.
Right, and so as you take a look here, we are going to see the biggest problem in bot lane here, which is the infestation of all these legendaries here against most likely a Snorlax and a Pokemon that needs to evolve. But otherwise, top side here looking a little bit fresher in terms of, not completely struggling to that. We have Volto who's holding on to this Buzzwole, so able to start a strong fight here. But again, the damage is being dealt here. A Metaclaw could clean up for 2, so to see this problem happening once again.
I love the Metacall pick. I love that people are realizing how dominant it can be on this Zacian. Now, we do have Charmeleon ready to go in the top side, but I do think Combusken's probably got a little bit extra for their team with that kick. We'll have to see who comes out on top as we're about to hit the 850s.
Ooh, and I'm not really sure if this is the right call here. They're gonna start it out and the damage is already being dealt. Look at how much ticks they've just taken for the Fire Spit and one auto attack alone. Combusken not looking too good here and calls us to back away. Moving forward to the bottom side here, we are seeing Mew taking a substantial amount of damage here and not really able to do much here, but the booster auto able to hit and nick him off here. Not enough to get the execute for the Electro Ball, but again, a lot of damage being tacked on here, scaring them away. First pick up onto Charmeleon here, who's able to score the 14, and this is not a very good thing for them. It's the start of many scores.
What's interesting is that when we saw the wins and loss streaks for these Pokemon, Oblivion, most of their Pokemon have like a 4-win, 1-loss, so they've gone for a really solid comp, one that they're very comfortable on out of the gate here against Banana Peelers. So that's an interesting perspective as the 8 minutes spawn on in.
And I guess that kind of proves a point here that something is working here and they're able to capitalize on that and into this fight as well.
Oh, there we go. It's going to be a basic from the Alchemy that manages to take down Zacian as Oblivion want to push here onto the T1 pad. Heavy Slam's going to come on through, trying to cause that disruption with the Nap as well. They do score in points, but Ho-Oh is going to continue to put the pressure on. Can they get the KO? No, they managed to get away, but they've caught up on these points, Niter, and that's what it's all about as Kuro looks like they're going to fall.
And I'm not really liking how this is overall going about here. Let's take a look at the overall score here. First evolution coming in there, and it's not looking great.
Charizard ready to go. Gonna go on in here with those flames, headbutting onto the side of Klaus. Probably not the Pokemon you want to go for at this stage, but Oblivion will not be budged off this pad. It's 1 point between these two teams right now. Basement Reggie about to spawn on in. Ho-Oh already trying to cause some disruption here. It's going to be a Reggie Rock dive straight onto it on the side of Klaus. They're ready to go with the overheat, getting prepared, and it looks like it's going to be locked in by the Alchemy, but Oblivion gets it either way, buddy, and now they're on the retreat.
And this is a fantastic moment to take a look at as well. Let's take a look at the numbers here, 53 to 52, and a very clean score line here. And the teams have exactly the same levels at the moment here. And although, just as I say that, Banana Peelers has pushed a level 8 for both sides.
Alright, now we got to get an approach in the top side, says Banana Peelers, looking to see if they can grab themselves this Lecky, but they want to find the KOs first with Ivan in with the Metal Claw. They end up against a wall with Klaus coming on in, but Zacian does get themselves out of there. But the difficulty is now they've got the Goddess secure in the lane on the side of Oblivion.
Ooh,
what can Banana Peelers do? It is going to be a 5-punch pairing that up with the Seismic Slam. They're going to find the KO onto Buzzwole. Mystical Mirage is coming through with the boosted as well. Who's going to take the Lecky? It's going to be Mew. Brutal finds it, and Oblivion takes both objectives, and they're feeling pretty comfortable here.
The overheat, taking out so much damage there. I'm not liking this. Oh, the Solar Beam. What a close shave from the Charizard. What a close shave. And he's able to at least walk away a little bit scared, but not over just yet. And of course, Klaus, very daring with his Blazer Gun. Go in and still take a few more, hits and Alterias and Swablues for himself. I really like the, the guts on this guy. As he pushes in for it, he's really making headways going into it. And in fact, as we do see path towards the bot side here, another fight is probably ensuing.
I mean, it is non-stop fighting between these two teams, but if there's a point between them, we're in the mid-game right now, and it's non-stop fighting. They're just desperate for these levels, looking for a way to win. The top lane, I mean, they've pretty much just set out their campfire. They're happy just sitting in those bushes, waiting to see who's going to approach what, while all the action's going on down in this bottom lane.
Ooh, and look at the posture. like they're just sitting out there, they're ready to go for it. Banana Peelers has a great spot into the fight here. And is it Neon this whole able to fly across everything? This is crazy.
Who's going to go for this? Like the basement Reggie first. A good push away from that Blaziken, waiting to get them in with the overheat.
No.
But they come in with the rip, buddy. The Swole Slam connects. The Rekindling Flame brings them back, though. And Charizard's ready to go with the Seismic Slam. Going to connect here onto the side of Klaus. And they do rip them down with the flames, buddy. They do have the Alchemy Supreme, but it ain't going to be enough as Oblivion are post up back to their T1 pad. The beams are going to come through from Brutal. The rip on the Regice is here. Zacian is getting that one through, but can Boosteds come? Brutal ends up hitting the farm instead of the Regice, and Zacian takes it.
And you can definitely see how this is going to turn out for them, because as they continue to take this fight here, they have nothing really sustaining them. This Creamy is not really doing much, can't really do much even either way, and Snorlax looking very low, has no damage here. The minute they lost the boss wall, they didn't really have any chance to fight back as well here. In fact, with the lack of Mew as well, what are you possibly do as a whole here? This entire team has kind of just walloped them. Look at the amount of dots on the map right now, and look at where everyone else is. The whole side of Oblivion just kind of has to relent and say like, alright, if we want to do something, we need to take the objective and back away. But at the cost of what? Losing all of this EXP on the map? Not sure if that's a good call.
Yeah, that's very true, as we have an approach onto the Regieleki here from Oblivion as well, but they do have the pressure of Zacian being there. You can't go for the rip with that ready to go, especially with the Sovereign Sword and time to farm it back for Rayquaza. Going in with the rip here, now they have Klaus ready with the secure, trying to block on out the Zacian. Who's going to be able to take it? There we go with the slam coming through as well. It has actually reset after the power nap comes through, but they do manage to take it, and now they want to push the T1 pad.
I gotta give it to it. The Snorlax really made the play there to block them off. You cannot say otherwise there. Alcremie popping a Unite move back with the Mystical Barrage here, able to just hold on for his entire team here. Boston taking a shit ton of damage here, and it's going to be a Strife moment here for them. Strife and Tidal is going in for them as Charizard dishing the damage out, unable to relent this fiery destruction onto the enemy team here as Oblivion's unable to hold back. And it's able to just come out, but not without a lot of damage being taken on and tacked on.
I understand this from Klaus. They are so weak right now, but they know they are so weak on the side of Banana Peelers as well, and they go in, find the overheat KOs with the Focus Blast as well, and the Lecky finally reigns in, looking to get themselves a massive overcap here as they break that, and they take the lead with these points, but the Oblivion are taking it to Banana Peelers.
This Blaziken Klaus has straight on a lot of damage tacked onto him, and for some reason he just never goes down. Now the biggest problem I have right now is that Klaus is kind of still farming for EXP here, and he should be with his team right now. As you can look at the right side of the UI, you can see he's a little bit tacked on some damage here, and I'm not really sure if that's a good call. First of all, starting off, he is almost level 15 though, so it might be a good sign for him to take a very strong fight.
Just waiting for the right approach here. Zacian
but
is
he's
back
going
in
to
their own
back.
central area. They've gone back, buddy. They want that healing. It's all going to come down to this team fight, and they know they have to be fully set up, ready to take it. All Unite moves ready to go, and healing. They're just waiting for Alchemy to get their Unite move here. If you can be patient, you've got the lead. The ball is in the court of Banana Peelers, mate.
Well, yeah, the ball definitely flew towards Snorlax that one time, and now to Hole. And as we take a look at how they're posturing themselves up for it, it's just very weird for them to see how they're going about. But a little bit of aggression going onto them right now is going to be how Klaus wants to engage, right? If he jumps in and has a good fight, all him. He's going to be able to pick up a very strong engage here. But again, they're being forced back into this corner.
Big beams coming through from Brutal again. It's all about that ranged attack, buddy, and it's going
Snorlax
inside
low.
Oblivion until there we go. It is going to be the Snorlax that falls down. The Seismic Slam rips through the defenses of Oblivion. It's all down to what Blaziken can do as Buzzwole tries to find the KOs as well. Rekindling Flame comes back through, and Zacian gets here, but they're going to be answered by Buzzwole anyway, and they do fall. Charizard putting in an absolute shift as Laura scores the Hundo Burger, managing to take the KOs of Oblivion.
And that's not a good sign because this Blaziken needs to make something happen, but he just can't, right? He's all alone. He's 15. He only has 19 points to his name. If he wants to make something happen, he needs to be able to get some KOs here. But with the Zard coming back into the fray, what can you possibly do? Turn this around here. We do see the Heavy Slide coming in here, but not enough to do something about it. It's going to be a tough call here, and I think Oblivion is going to be locking itself out one game off. And it is such a shame because, to be very honest with you, at the end, Oblivion had a chance to win from that.
Yet again, another close game, buddy, and yet again, we could be staring a game 3 down the
Don't
barrel,
remind
buddy.
me. Don't remind me.
I know it's ridiculously early for you, buddy, but these two teams, wow, yet again, comes down to that final objective to decide how this game goes.
And we're gonna see how this is going to be the case. As we take a look into the scoreboard and battle data here, you can definitely see that actually both teams really making a solid showing as a whole. However, there is one Pokemon that is a very big outlier, Alcremie, who does not really stack in terms of damage, did not really stack in terms of damage taken, as well as the healing. It's just a very big problem. Is this the problem that we're seeing kind of affecting the whole team? And is it better in that case to run something like Eldegoss, right? So I think that is where they have a weak link for Oblivion, and they should kind of see whether this is something they want to switch out.
I think that's a fair point to bring up, buddy. The difficulty was we saw the Unite moves come out from your seed, and unfortunately, I think 2 of them at least, they weren't early enough, or they weren't in the range of their team as they were falling down. The thing is with Alcremie, buddy, is you've got to use that Unite move as a sort of like let go. It's kind of like an approach. You want to drop it so that you can go into that team fight and kick it off.
I agree with you on that. It's gonna be interesting to see how it goes. In fact, I kind of believe that that's the case. Maybe you want something like Cloud Crash, because there's displacement, there's healing, and again, it just shows how Eldegoss is so versatile in the meta as a whole. Although, granted, the healing's a little bit slow, can't say that it's that fast. However, with that displacement, especially with this team, Boswell can take someone who has been pushed upwards, and Blaziken can take someone who's been pushed downwards here. In fact, Cloud Crash, because it pushes, if you happen to displace someone close to a wall, Blaze Kick becomes so much more potent. Consideration.
100%. Yeah, I think you're right, mate. And I also like with the Eldegoss, it does a decent amount of damage, mate. Like this, it's one of those support Pokemon that not only great for providing assistance to your team, but also is pretty good at chasing down Pokemon and getting those KOs, right? You don't see that from many supports, but Eldegoss definitely one of them.
Right, let's take a look at the lineups here. Oblivion versus Banana Peelers. It is match point for Banana Peelers. Pick Manface. If you ban Machamp, I would be concerned, but I still believe that one of the teams should play Latias, and maybe we will see some magic.
I mean, you don't see much Latias banning coming out, so that's quite surprising. You don't see it played, you don't see it banned. So yeah, interesting direction for Oblivion. They've also taken the first pick here, so they've got a plan in mind, and maybe that's why they're going for these bans here, Nitara.
I sincerely believe Latios and Latias is a pickup as a 5-stack potentially. I really feel that, but a very good call from Banana Peelers to lock out the Charizard. Yes, they didn't pick Charizard, but definitely can see how that was a very big concern.
What's going to be the first pick here for Oblivion might give us a bit of an insight into what their plan is going to be. Blaziken, understandable. Banana Peelers will definitely take it, so it is going to be the Latios that comes out for Brutal. That's interesting.
Now that I actually think about it, there is a dichotomy that I have, which is do you pick up Latios for infinite stacking, or do you pick up Gyarados because there's a giant spike in terms of output, right? It's like what if you have 100 Eon energy given to you at this point immediately, versus do you want to stack 100 Eon energy and then you can still get more, right? I feel that there's a precedence where you either pick Gyarados to counter Latios, because it's gonna be very slow for Latios, and Gyarados probably comes up faster.
Yeah, I think that's it. The thing is, like, Latios is a late game Pokemon because you need to get those stacks to come into that late game and have an effect. I mean, Cascade was just telling us, like, that is why that Pokemon can have an effect. If you don't get those stacks, pretty useless in the late game. So
Right.
And especially when you've got Pokemon like Serena, as Cascade was saying, that can just take that damage. So Tibby picking that up for Banana Peelers here. Looks like they're trying to go for a direct counter when they can't get that Zacian.
And I agree with what Cascade said. Something that I really wanted to talk about, I just can't slip my mind. But you're right. At the end of the day, it comes down to whether you're even taking fights. And in 10 minutes, how many fights can you possibly take? I mean, clearly Oblivion and Banana Peelers showed us that you can be consistently brawling for a good 2 minutes. In fact, I do believe even in very early seasons of Unite, there were teams that were like non-stop brawling. TTV, very prominent team, or Gaiming Gladiators. They were consistently brawling if they could, right? Like 4 all-rounders, 1 support. You can see how that happens. And now that's not the case with the meta, right? So it becomes a bit different.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I like to see these defenders though, that because Kriaga's going to lock in the Snorlax, and now after Worlds, we're seeing a lot more of this Crustle, and I like it, buddy. Kuro's going to lock that one in. I think it's a great defender and can really affect the way the games shape out with the way that they can block people off with that Rock Tomb, and they've also got the Stealth Rock that people don't realize does a decent amount of damage and quite a bit of disruption.
I low-key wanted to see a 5 defender comp. I don't know if you've heard of the 5 defender comp. It is a beautiful and wondrous thing. God, I never want to see it in my games ever again. I had it once, and that was enough.
I got to cast it, bro. Me and Lobo got to cast it a while ago.
Oh, no, I've got to cast it too. No, not Paper X. It was, sorry, production was selling us Inspira. Even back then, way even before Paper X existed for Unite, I believe there was a comp. And,
MLQ
gosh,
rings a bell. Was it MLQ? They were a team that ran it, I believe. Anyway,
was it Secret?
that's
Gem?
enough. I don't know, but here we go though. It's game 2 between these two, and yeah, we could be on for a game 3 here, buddy. As we go on in, looking at the wins and losses for their team so far, Oblivion, we've got a nice mix up here. Not the comfortable picks that they had in the previous game.
Hey, at least there's not a legend to legend fight here, and not it's gonna be too too one-sided. Again, even if I say that, looking a little bit worse for wear. They're able to nick a few hits here and there, but ultimately all of the points here and the EXP going for the side of Banana Peelers on the bot lane as BB Chan making a huge wave going for it here.
I mean, Chari's already got this Mega ready to go. They just got to hit level 5, buddy, and that's going to be tough for Oblivion to handle. Volto, it's not gone as easy in the top lane as it previously did. These Electro Balls already showing themselves to be a bit too much of a nuisance.
Right. And right here we do see just slowly they're picking themselves up. We're moving into the Altaris as well, blue spawning at 850 here. Might be able to see a nice pickup, but in return, we're gonna see Urshifu come in, and if they displace themselves not too well here, this Urshifu can actually just pick them off here, but the Mega comes in here and a nice pickup from that. This gives them the double buff as well. This is insane starting it off. In fact, if they want to invade, might be a good chance to do so.
What a great effort there as well by Chari, just to make sure they got that Mega at that moment and tag it in the Urshifu. If you can limit the opponent's central laner, that is huge for your team, and that's what they managed to do. And now we've got Raichu in the top pad for Banana Peelers, throwing down these Electro Balls not too far from that level 6, trying to cause disruption for this Zacian.
And here we go, and again with the double buff, he's able to just force the fight here. I mean, yes, there's a Crustle that's going to block your way here, but really, who's dealing the damage? And as you keep dishing that out here, it looks like Chan is making it out again with so much more levels to work with here. And look, there's an Eos energy they just did pick up on the floor. They should go up to that.
What's crazy is these freezes that are coming on through, buddy. It's Suicune working a treat here for Banana Peelers, and now they're trying to see if they can zone out Zacian here, looking to see if they can dive out of the way. Metal clawing through as well. The chase is on. A jet button comes out from Laura, and they run into a Mewtwo Y anyway.
I'm so confused. Like, Raichu keeps giving Eos energy to like the Zacian, and Zacian just doesn't want to pick it up. Like, it's such a like a conundrum to me.
They just won't accept it unless it's Eos energy that they've farmed, buddy. They're like,
Yeah,
I don't
you're right,
want
you're
yours, bro. I want mine.
You're right. Fair game. In fact, he gave it a 5, the big Chaos energy, and he still didn't want it. Yeah, you're right. As we go into the though, jokes aside, Raichu is still looking to be surfing around to try and make some headways into the bottom half here, but with the help of Suicune and Serena on top side here, it looks like they've got something to work for at that. Zacian is going to be all alone. If they want to take a fight, it's going to be tough for them, and Raichu is still able to dish damage out as and when. No issues there, it's just going to be a rough fight for them as a whole.
Regirock's getting close to resetting here.
Close.
He's going to be taken. Oh, it's Crustle. Kuro comes in and locks it down for Oblivion. And now they want to approach the T1 pad. They recognize the Suicunes there and think, you know what? We're actually going to get ourselves out of here.
It's a good start for them here. They do have a pickup. Opting for Snore instead of Block. You know, I can respect that. I can respect that. It's low-key a skill shot. Trying to make it work. Metal Claw coming in, no damage being dished onto anyone here, but they do pick themselves up for the Altaria and Swablues, and so now they kind of need to see if they can posture themselves to get it up for the Regieleki. Starting it off, we are going to see them come in here, the damage here, a very crazy engage coming in from Mewtwo, as we do see them get the pick out here. Kunia Center trying to ditch the damage here, as Urshifu goes down for the count here. Blissey not out of the woods just yet here, as we do see a double storm come in, but not enough to take them out.
Finally, we get some points on the board for Banana Peelers, where just past 6 minutes in this game, and they finally managed to get something in. Taking that lead, the pressure comes back from Oblivion, but they just run straight into the beams of the Suicune and the Thunderstorm aerial from the Raichu. In the Flux Zone here, looking for the KOs, has to use the eject button, but Latios is chasing them down. They managed to get away with 1 HP in a dream. Banana Peelers come out on top.
And a massive overdunk here. 36 on that overcap. That is beautifully done. Snorlax during his best. You know, respectable, but not enough. Coming in for it though, we are gonna see Mewtwo return the favor here, and it's looking for missing the Citrus Berry here could be crucial if they want to take this fight here, but it is going to be a 3v2 here. Serena coming from behind here to add 1 more to that count.
There's a Rubble Rouser coming out from the Crustle as well. They are going to go down thanks to the freeze. It takes a while to do so, though. Kree manages to sleep the Urshifu. That's going to be huge, but they're going to be taken out. No, they don't. They take a quick nap and get themselves back to a healthy state. But the rip on the basement, Reggie is here. Registeel is going to be taken by Oblivion unless they can do something about it on the side of Snorlax. No, they can't. That was really important for Oblivion to take that, mate.
And agreeable with that, because now with this attack and special attack buff, they could actually take this fight even with lower levels here. But it's gonna come down to whether they really do this correctly here, as they start the fight here already losing Crustle, their tank. Kunia Center coming in here, and Urshifu is looking very low here with Raichu finishing up. Now of course the next one coming in here, Raichu's gonna invest his Unite move to kind of pick it up here, and that's a 3 KO just like that, finishing off with the Zacian here with only 2 more Pokemon to the name, or rather 1, because Latios didn't get KO'd, right? He only has the buff. And this is going to be a tough call for all of them, right? Do they want to continue taking fights? I mean, Latios needs to take fights. He needs to buff himself. Eon Energy.
It does feel like Banana Peelers are winning these team fights, though, buddy. I mean, of course, it's still quite a close game. I know there's like 100 and odd points between them right now, but coming down to final stretch, that's not going to make much of a difference, especially with tier 1s up. The rip on the Regieleki is coming from Oblivion straight away, but it's going to be the Infinite Cyburn that steals it. Banana Peelers, oh my god, Mewtwo Y is putting this team on their back and keeping them in the lead here. There goes the Mega, looking to see if they can lock down Kuro here, as we see Serena diving on in. Tibby looking for the KOs, and now they're going to continue to push the Lecky onto the T2 pad. Springboard is there though, and the team are spawning straight back in as they dive on through. The Aeon Blast is going to come, but it's going to go in anyway, and now they rein in the points and look to break the T2 pad.
Don't talk to me, man. Don't talk. That was a disgusting Infinite Cyber, and they're still able to walk away with that. Man, shame on you, Chan. Shame on you. But also props to you. Like, oh, that was disgustingly perfect timing.
I mean, what an effort. I mean, the Oblivion
all
right
planned,
play.
all planned.
Yeah, all planned, 100%. It was the right play for Oblivion. They were going for the rip, buddy. They wanted to make sure that they could lock in that Lecky, but they had plans. Jari was like, nah, you ain't taking that one, buddy, and they managed to take it away. The Regirock looks like it could go to them as well, unless Kuro's got something to say about it.
A good start coming in here. We do see our lone Crustle here, dishing the damage, taking it as well here. Eos Energy being planted on the front by our Raichu, but it's just not enough to make anything work. I do believe they should try and force this, but I think they're opting to heal instead. It's more important. They want to posture themselves ready for a fight.
I think go for it here, buddy. You gotta go for it. I mean, they're waiting for Zacian to get back in, looking for that level 13. But right now, the ball is in the court of Oblivion.
I just want to mind you, we've only seen one Reggie so far because we have saw a Regirock as well at the bottom. And so as we go into this here, Rayquaza being shredded just like that is insane. The Raichu finishes off with a nice cleanup on the Electro Ball, picking up the Blissey and the Rayquaza here. And this means Oblivion is putting herself up for one. And so, Tano, I think in the history of EUL thus far, we have not seen a week with 4 game 3s. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Hey, buddy, they were just giving you your wish. You can now go...
I didn't need this wish to be granted. You know, there's some wishes where you're like, I wish it happened, but not really. This is one of them.
I mean, good effort by Banana Peelers. Oblivion, a great effort in that first game, but it felt like they were struggling in this one, buddy. Banana Peelers, they had it from the get-go, and they were very dominant as we have a look at these stats. A great showing by Chariking, to be honest. It doesn't get any better than that, buddy. They were dominating Oblivion in that game.
Chari just really making it work from there, but I think really MVP, not Chari, but it goes to the Alolan Raichu, the Electro Surfer himself. Because a lot of the objectives that were picked up here, strong start coming in from Raichu. Cannot say that that was not true, and in fact, all the times, I mean, even Raichu was helping out the enemy team by putting down Eos Energy for the Zacian, and for some reason, they just didn't want to pick up, right? Had a handicap for that. Laura really making waves into the scene here with a lot of the placement of the Electro Balls, taking a few KOs here and there, and objectives to lock them out. Love the placement.
Feels like Banana Peelers managing to keep up with Cafe Demartin here, but in that top side of this league, it just continues to be insane. It's just uncontested. It's incredibly close at the moment, so Banana Peelers, they locked in. They knew they have to keep up with Cafe Demartin if they want to be winning on the top side of that. And we're still waiting for Ultimate to even lose a game in this league so far. It's incredible the efforts that these teams are putting in.
That is true. Now, we're going to go into the second game. That is going to be the important part of how this kind of wraps it up. Banana Peelers having this 2 is... what can I possibly say for that, right? It is crazy to see how they were able to turn this from a... I don't want to say it's a losing situation, but like they were very even. I don't think Oblivion was wrong to pick up this lineup. It was a very strong lineup in terms of having a mix of early game into your first clear into your late game, right? Bruno just didn't have time to set up, even though he did the most damage. In fact, crazily enough, 31,000 and 32,000, rounding it up, comes from the Crustle of all things, and not like Voltor, for example. So like something was definitely wrong.
Crustle, I love the Crustle. I want to see more of this Crustle, buddy. I feel like if you can't get Snorlax, I think it's a good shout. But again, it's one of those where, you know, if you're just getting ripped down and the rest of the team is unable to capitalize on it, it's just a difficult position to be in. So,
hold on. I do believe we have an interview here real quick. So let's take a look at that.
It's going to be none other than the legendary Chari King here for Banana Peelers. Chari, welcome in, buddy. How are you feeling after that one? If you can...
Chari? Chari King.
Hello.
A little shy. Give it a moment.
I think we broke it.
Ah, right. How was your day?
My day was good, buddy. How was your day?
My day just started, technically. It started 4 hours and 51 minutes ago.
Bro, you need some sleep, man.
We'll figure it out.
Gary, are you here? Okay, we might be having some connection issues.
Oh, reconnecting. Okay, so we did hear Chari for a short while and then like disconnect. Okay, fair.
Still, great effort. By all these
Basically,
teams today, to be fair, Night Terror, I'm a bit sad that we didn't get our 4th game free, but either way.
I mean, like I said,
Could have been.
not all wishes need to come true, right? We could have just ended it at like the 3rd game, and then we're like, you cover it on Wednesday.
Oh, can you guys hear me now?
Chari, are you now with us? There we go. Welcome him, buddy. How
I
are
should
you
be here
feeling
now.
after
I
that?
should be here.
Okay,
I think
you definitely
we're
are.
feeling. Yeah, I think we're feeling great. The entire team. Tibi, it's one of the best top laners in my opinion. We showed a great depth of his character pool, in my opinion, showing his amazing station and his amazing Serena throughout the game. And in general, I think it was a fantastic showing from the team itself. Where as well, best French teacher there is. Helping me out a lot, helping out the team a lot with her plays, and especially her Suicune. I think that was a really good pick from us to let her play it.
Hey, to be fair here, Suicune has been picked up, I do believe, like almost every single match, at least once, and successfully won with it, right? Even the strongest lineup so far I've seen is Suicune Ho-Oh. Don't ask, just know it is. And I agree with you, yeah. One of the picks they can definitely make an impact. Tano, you have a question for him, right?
Yeah, I mean, listen. What I want to know,
Listen.
Charikin, we're not gonna wait too long. But what I want to know is, of course, Ultimate currently are undefeated in this league, and of course, you guys currently you're like what 6-1 now, so you are well on their heels, buddy. What do you think could be their weakness? Do you think your team is capable of taking them on? And how would you do that?
Tano, they can. Come on.
They can.
Okay, now
Have you just seen what Banana Peelers did, bro?
Give our team some some credit. Let's say. I think for us, I do believe in us a lot that we can do that we can beat Ultimate. I think we play well and we listen to each other as well. We try our best and always have fun doing it. Our comms are always like they're very focused, but of course we're always having fun and making fun and jokes. So in my opinion, I think what we might have above Ultimate is like just the team vibes and how we like playing with each other. In my opinion.
Yo, I just heard basically that Charity, you've announced for the entirety of Banana Peelers that your greatest strength is the friends you've made along the way. And now
Exactly.
Respect.
I mean that's that's the way it is. Like a team to do really well has to also like playing with each other. You cannot find a team
That is
where
true. No,
you
that
cannot
is
make a
true.
team without liking each other.
So true.
yeah, like I wouldn't be casting with Tano if I didn't like him. Right? Right?
What you not done?
Okay. I've got a question for you.
Tano's the
because
goat.
I have this. Okay, hold on. Sorry, I've got a question for you. I've been debating about this with Tano for almost the entire, I would say the entire session. And that's regarding Latios and Latias, right? Because I agree that maybe that is a dual lane that should be explored. Because you kind of have the ability to fly to your partner if you have Latias on the field, vice versa. So it's interesting to see how you can actually play along with that. On top of the fact that one is definitely a support while the other is a damage dealer. Do you think that Banana Peelers will implement playing both these Pokemon, or do you think it is detrimental to have two Pokemon slots locked in just like that?
I think it's always going to be very hard to kind of take those in the same vein. Of course, we haven't played Latias has just been released, so we don't really, and it's gotten buffed recently. So it's very hard to dictate like, okay, this is where we need to pick it. This is where these two are amazing with it. Because usually you'd see a lot of comps picking Latios with Ho-Oh because that's a really strong bot lane, or picking Latias with a really strong top lane. Because now, funny enough, Latios might actually do a bit more damage than Latios, from what I've seen at least. Of course, I haven't tested anything yet, so.
Wouldn't
I'll
surprise
give
me,
it
bro. It's Pokemon Unite. Of course, the support's gonna be
Exactly.
the attacker.
Yeah, wait for it to be poorer, right, guys? Like Defender? Nah, man, nah.
Well, listen, Jari King, thank you so much for being here, buddy, and congratulations to you and Banana Peelers. You have been one of the most exciting teams to watch, and I genuinely love watching you guys play. You are so good. So GG's to you all.
GG's.
Thank you. I mean, we appreciate all the love from all the people here as well. I also just want to thank you guys as the commentators especially
Aw.
Tano for as much I mean, Tano for as much work as you
Especially-
do to kind of boost EU as it is. I think every European player really appreciates that for how much work you put in. As well, to you, Nitera, you I haven't seen you as much, but I'm excited to see you cast more because I was watching a lot of the games before, and I think what you're doing was really good. So I'm very excited to see what
Aw.
you'll do in the future.
Thank you.
Oh, bro, my heart's gonna
Well,
melt. Thanks, buddy.
See,
But thank you
this
very
is how
much
you
for
get-
having me, guys.
Thank you so much, Harry King.
Alright. Thanks, bro. Alright, so we are gonna get an update on the standings to begin with, chat. We need to know what the results of those games meant. We had 3
true.
game frees today, and then Banana Peelers managing to dominate their way to that second position. As we have a look, it's tied actually at that position, buddy, between Banana Peelers and the enemies. Wow, Cafetu Martin just behind with that +6 points. Those points, by the way, chat, are games that they have won. That's what that means. So right now, Banana Peelers and the enemies have won more games in their sets than Cafetu Martin.
Right. And mind you that Banana Peelers and Cafe Du Mate have a 3-win streak as compared to our third place 5-win streak actually. So this is crazy to point out because that means that they've got a win, a loss, and then 5 wins consecutively after that. And so I can only imagine that maybe that one loss happened to be ultimate, right? Every team has probably almost faced them.
And then, I mean, if you look at the other side, again, incredibly close. But Mia Familia there, Do You Like Pineapple and Oblivion. It's anyone's game in that regard. I mean, of course, top 12 are going to make it through to the playoffs. And looking at this, it's, Azari have managed to get themselves in that 12th position. But Plus Ultra, fresh on their heels, Strama Squad doing the same as well. Right now, though, comfortable positions for the teams from pretty much 9th position upwards.
Right, I agree with that. And of course, Banana Peelers just for you. Second place on the standings, first place in my heart. You guys got me there.
Facts, mate. We're speaking facts here. Let's have a nosy at the Week 8 schedule, or at least I will walk you through it. What we're going to have next week. Of course, it's Week 8 and it's mid-seasonal as well, so make sure you don't miss any of those games. And by the way, what a game we have. The first one is going to be Banana Peelers versus the enemies, Nitera. So currently the teams that are tied in second position are going up against each other. That is going to be electric. Oblivion is going to take on Ultimate. Will they finally get their first loss of the league? We will have to see. Sharma Squad is going to be taking on Do You Like Pineapple, and they are still looking for their first win of the league as Sharma Squad at the moment. Azeri Esports is going to go up against the Victory Road. Now that's going to be a potential upset. We'll have to see. And will they bring out the Duraludon? I hope so. Crash Out Gaming are going to be going up against Mia Familia. Los Duros versus Cafetu Martin. And then we've got VE versus Plus Ultra down there as well. So really exciting games yet again for next week, Nitera.
Definitely excited to see how this pans out here. Tano, I'm expecting you to be here regardless because you, according to Banana Peelers Charity, you are the supposed #1 advocate now for EU, apparently. So, gonna hope to see you there. I don't know where I'll be, but if you want to call me, I know Banana Peelers, if you guys want to say a few more things, definitely love to be here. Just saying.
Hey, listen, this EU region is electric, and the more that we can showcase it, the better. Next
Absolutely.
year is going to be EU's year, I'm telling you right now. But we do have a couple of shout-outs to give out as well. So a huge, massive thank you to our producer, Shivam. Wouldn't be possible without them. And of course, our observer, Bina, working those cams, incredible cams. By the way, Bina for Worlds for Observer, hello. And also our admin Mimic as well, working the tree in the background. So, and you, Nitera. It's ridiculously early for you, bro. And you've been here on the cast with me all the way. So a huge thank you to you, mate.
It is an incredible 5 hours. Did not think it would be an incredible 5 hours, but here we are. And Tano, you yourself need a shout out as well. I agree that, we need to be a team and we need to agree that we like to cast with each other. And of course, that's why we're here. We're doing what we love. And of course, I mean, if we had Magical here, perfect triangle.
That it would be. We're gonna have to get a cast on again of you, me, and Magical, and we can debate
It's
what's
true.
better, Gengar, Lucario, or Cramorant. Let me know in the chat. By the way, it's definitely Gengar. But that's going to be it for us today. Join me on Wednesday while I cover some of the games that haven't been covered during these live games. We've got a lot of teams and a lot of games, guys, so I cover them on Wednesdays over on my channel, Spartan_Tano, and then of course we've got Gatloos here for the Saturday games. So thank you so much for watching, everyone. Have a good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. We'll catch you next week. Bye.